Good evening. Welcome to the Pittsboro Board of Commissioners meeting for June 8th, 2026. I will call the meeting to order. We'll start with a moment of silence. Please join me. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Farrell, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Does everyone rise for the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. Right, we have in front of us the regular agenda and the consent agenda. Are there any additions or changes to either? Take a motion to approve the agenda.
Moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Hunziker.
Second.
Commissioner Thurber. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? And I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Thurber. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Hunziker. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Up next, we have a few ceremonial items this evening. Up first is a proclamation of Race Amity Day. I'll read that. Proclamation recognizing Race Amity Day. Whereas Race Amity Day is observed annually on the second Sunday in June to recognize the inherent worth and dignity of every person. And whereas the town of Pittsboro upholds the enduring motto of the United States of America, E pluribus unum, out of many, one, as a guiding principle for unity and inclusion. And whereas Race Amity promotes understanding, respect, goodwill, and cooperation among all people, regardless of race, ethnicity, or cultural background. And whereas communities thrive when all residents are valued, heard, and empowered to contribute to the common good. And whereas on Saturday, June 13th, 2026, a community celebration themed We Walk the Path Together will include a mindful musical walk, George Moses Horton Middle School festivities, and Race Amity Day celebration. Now therefore I, Kyle Shipp, Mayor of the town of Pittsboro, and on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim Sunday, June 14th, 2026 will be recognized as Race Amity Day in the town of Pittsboro and encourage all residents to promote understanding, respect, unity, and friendship throughout the community. Thank you. Up next. Up next, we have a resolution for Juneteenth. Commissioner Hunziker.
I invite them.
Please. Okay.
We invite Melinda Marsh and anybody else from the fairgrounds and Shantae Smith to come up. Closer. So this is a resolution recognizing Juneteenth and honoring for community organizing for racial equity and Chatham County Agriculture and Industrial Fairgrounds. Whereas Juneteenth commemorates June 19th, 1865 as the day when enslaved African Americans in Galveston, Texas were informed of their freedom more than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, revealing that freedom proclaimed is not always freedom received. And whereas Juneteenth stands as a day of remembrance, resistance, celebration, and renewed commitment to justice, equity, dignity, and full civic participation. And whereas Juneteenth calls communities to confront the legacy of chattel slavery and racial injustice in America with honesty, while honoring the courage, leadership, creativity, and enduring contributions of Black Americans. And whereas Community Organizing for Racial Equity Corps advances racial equity in Chatham County through civic engagement, education, cultural celebration, public dialogue, youth leadership, and collective action. And whereas since 2018, CORE has organized annual Juneteenth celebrations in Chatham County that gather residents, artists, educators, small businesses, families, organizations, and leaders in remembrance, celebration, and community formation. And whereas the Juneteenth celebration is held at the historic Chatham County Agricultural and Industrial Fairgrounds, founded in 1950 as the Chatham County Colored Agricultural Fair, and recognized as the last remaining Black-owned fairgrounds in the United States. And whereas for generations, the fairgrounds have stood as civic and cultural ground where Black residents built community, cultivated enterprise, preserved memory, strengthened agricultural traditions, and claimed joy amid exclusion and inequality. And whereas the town of Pittsboro recognizes that preserving Black history is a public responsibility that strengthens, repairs memory, deepens belonging, and advances justice. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the board of commissioners for the town of Pittsboro declare June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth and call upon all residents to reflect on the cost and meaning of freedom, honor the heritage and contributions of Black Americans, and participate in efforts that promote education, service, dialogue, justice, equity, and mutual respect. Be it further resolved that the town of Pittsboro expresses deep appreciation to CORE, the Chatham County Fairgrounds, and all whose labor continues building a more truthful, connected, just, equitable, and inclusive community. Adopted this 8th day of June, 2026. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve that resolution?
Moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonitz. The second,
Second.
Commissioner Foley. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great, thank you. And we'll get some ceremonial copies of that out as well. Thank you. Up next, we have a resolution for Pride Month, June 2026. Commissioner Thurber.
This is a resolution recognizing Pride Month, whereas all people are entitled to live with dignity, safety, equality, and freedom from discrimination. And whereas Pride Month traces its origins to the Stonewall Uprising of June 1969 in New York City, a pivotal moment in the struggle for civil rights and equal treatment for LGBTQ individuals, and whereas generations of LGBTQ Americans have contributed to our nation, our state, and our communities while often facing discrimination, exclusion, harassment, and barriers to full participation in civic life. And whereas the progress achieved through decades of advocacy, courage, and public service reflects the enduring American principles of liberty, equal opportunity, and justice for all. And whereas Pride Month serves as both a celebration of the achievements and contributions of LGBTQ individuals and a recognition that the work of building communities where every person is treated with respect and dignity continues. And whereas the town of Pittsboro is strengthened by residents of diverse backgrounds, experiences, identities, and perspectives, and benefits when all people are welcomed and empowered to participate fully in community life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and board of commissioners for the town of Pittsboro recognize June 2026 as Pride Month in the town of Pittsboro and encourage all residents to reflect upon the principles of equality, freedom, dignity, and mutual respect, to honor the contributions of the LGBTQ individuals throughout our history, and to continue building a community where every person is welcome, valued, and afforded the opportunity to thrive. Adopted on this 8th day of June, 2026.
Thank you. I get a motion to approve the resolution.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Hunziker. Second, Commissioner Bonitz. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Up next, we have some information items. And we have a quarterly report from the Boys and Girls Club and the Town of Pittsboro financials. Any questions on those items? All right. Up next is Citizens Matters, and we will start with the manager's update.
Mayor, I did have one on the financials. The note here. Just one question, Heather, on the miscellaneous revenue. Let me go to my. Can you explain that 101 minus on that? It's down on the page 1 of 8, near the bottom, miscellaneous revenue,
On the summary report or in the,
income statement.
oh, okay, so on the revenue side, when there's a minus, it means we exceeded what we budgeted.
Where did that come from? I guess what I'm asking.
Oh, so 116,000. We have had some additional payments in that I wasn't budgeting. Off the top of my head, I cannot tell you specifically, but I will get that data to you.
I was just curious where that revenue was coming. I don't know if it was fees or.
It's not fees, because fees are going to be captured in other line items. This can be, and it's not insurance. It's not 3M. We have a different line item for that. Those are the enterprise grant funds.
We'll find out. We'll let you know.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Above and not in the black, right? I mean, here you go.
I have a couple more.
Yep.
Number one, I know the ad valorem taxes have gone up. I know the increase of our population has gone up, but not as much as the rate of the ad valorem. What's the difference? What is it that caused the ad valorem taxes to go up 8%, 8.35%?
You're talking, is this on the budget or on the?
Yeah, it's on the budget. We'll talk about it then.
Yep.
All right, my apologies. Well, at least you have it loaded, locked and loaded. I'll ask you that.
Yep.
Jonathan?
Thank you. So just a couple quick updates on the meetings that we have coming up for June. You've got the joint meeting that's with Pittsboro, Siler City, Goldston, and Chatham County. That is June 22nd, 6 p.m. here at the Ag Center. The mayors and chairs will give an annual update on what happened in each municipality and the county at that meeting. And then the town will be presenting on Scale Chatham, which is our initiative to kind of focus on entrepreneurship and the gig economy and how we can create an ecosystem to support that. So staff and some folks from Riot will be doing that presentation to share that with the rest of Chatham County. Town Hall public input session was last Thursday. We had a handful of folks come out. I think that was a good meeting. Everybody that was there seemed to enjoy the opportunity to give input and like what they saw. I will have that out to you all tomorrow, and that will be the slides that were provided, and then it will show the feedback. And then I'll clarify some points. And then if you all feedback from those slides, you can just send that directly to me and we'll include that in our input. Annual stakeholders meeting for downtown is June 23rd at 9 a.m. at the Ag Center as well. You all are invited to that. I think that's 9 to 10:30 a.m. Lastly, had a request for a Sanford Road update. The power has been installed. The crew that's going to install the actual street light, they're waiting on the light itself. And I was told this afternoon it'd be 1 to 2 weeks and that light should be up.
Is that light just gonna be on one side of the street or both sides?
Just that corner.
Okay.
The light on the diagonal opposite corner, that light is supposed to be upgraded to a higher wattage. So then the whole intersection should be decently well lit. And we also were upgrading the area light in the ABC parking lot to a higher watt as well to get some more kind of ancillary light shine in that direction. So we'll see how that does. And if that doesn't work, then go to Plan C. Thank you.
For my updates, the Central Pines Rural Planning Organization with DOT, that meeting is on Wednesday this week, so I'll be attending that. On May 12th, met with Senator Murdoch with Jonathan, so we just have a quarterly update scheduled, just to talk through some items with her and what's going on at the state level. May 24th, I went to the Memorial Day event in the pop-up park put on by the American Legion. So appreciate them doing that. And that was a really good event there. May 31st, the Summerfest downtown. Nice to have that downtown on the streets again. So that was a great event and great weather as well. And then June 3rd, last week, I think, I went to the Triangle Community Foundation put on a seminar on housing affordability. And so that actually like filled the Raleigh Convention Center and had a author come speak and a panel discussion and stuff like that. So some really good work there and a lot of representation from Chatham County with Habitat and United Way and a lot of others. So that was good. Commissioner Hunziker.
Right. So this month I've really focused on infrastructure, housing affordability, economic opportunity and community engagement. I attended a presentation on the Tri-River, well, actually, we went out to the Tri-River Water Expansion Project in Sanford, along with Commissioner Foley, and that was incredibly impressive and highlighted the significant investments being made to secure our long-term water future. I also attended the Home Builders Association discussions on making the math for housing affordability, also with Commissioner Foley. We then met with Congresswoman Valerie Fouchy's team, supporting continued relationship buildings between the town and Congress. As part of my work with AHAC, I attended presentations from Cary, Apex, Scarborough, and Wake County, which provided insight on how surrounding communities are addressing affordable and workforce housing challenges. I met with CORE and Web Square to discuss opportunities to strengthen Black entrepreneurship in Pittsboro. On the Parks front, I attended the PARAB special meeting and then followed up with Parks and Rec Director and the Assistant Town Manager for a tour of our park properties. Also visited the soccer fields, I think 5 times, sometimes with Commissioner Foley and Bonitz, and one time during the rain. And also met with nearby residents to hear concerns about lighting, sound buffers, and so on. Community engagement is also a top priority. I've hosted a commissioner's coffee chat with Commissioner Foley, where I think we had 12 residents come out who raised a range of topics going from parks to water, pickleball, concrete plant noise, and traffic congestion. And I met with the town manager to discuss their concerns. I've got some additional coffee chats planned with Commissioners Foley, Bonitz, and one coming up with Commissioner Thurber, which we are excited to hold at Aromatics Roasters New Digs in West End. Interest has also been expressed by members of Chatham County Board of Commissioners in participating as well, which will hopefully provide residents with broader opportunities to engage with both town and county leadership. And if anybody here would like to sit in on one, just let me know. I think they're a great way to reach out. I attended a candidate forum, the climate fair at the plant, the 20th anniversary of the Chatham Marketplace. May there be 20 more years. First Sunday and Summerfest. Summerfest knocked it out of the park. You did so good. Also attended the installation of the Clyde Jones marker. And I'm excited to be at Juneteenth on the 20th at the Chatham County Fairgrounds from 2 to 6. And I'd like to extend an invitation to my fellow commissioners to share the booth individually, of course, and to interact with attendees. And finally, I'd like to just say happy Pride to Pittsboro's LGBTQ community.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonitz.
Thank you. I do not have any particular updates, but just I'm so impressed with all of the events that y'all have attended, and I attended several of them as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Farrell.
Nothing at this time, thank you.
Commissioner Foley.
Last week, I attended a lobby session in Raleigh and met with the elected officials, Natalie Murdoch's staff, Robert Reeves' staff, Alan Puncel's staff, and Renee Price's staff, all speaking about affordable housing, specifically specifically projects that could be coming in the future, downtown Pittsboro or elsewhere. I also spoke in favor of, I was there with the Association of Realtors in Chatham and Orange counties. I spoke in favor of accessible dwelling units and making sure that we are prioritizing affordable housing as the county grows, specifically Pittsboro. There's a dire need for housing below $300,000. So that's what we lobbied for. We also lobbied for green space in those very areas. Also, I attended the HBA meeting with Commissioner Hunziker, and it was about how it was home builders and developers and listening to them exchange on what works and what doesn't work when they're building. It was quite a great lesson to learn. How much does it cost? If you delay for 1 or 2 months, how much more expensive does it get? That type of, so we learned a lot. With Commissioner Hunziker, I was on a tour at Tri-River. Tri-River is pretty cool. We spent a great deal of efforts and dollars here in Pittsboro to create a safe water system, granular activated charcoal system. We got grants for it, and we went from questionable water to some of the cleanest water in the state. So I particularly focused on what Tri-River was going to do. So if we're going to get our water from Tri-River out of Sanford, what on earth are we getting down there? And we found out there are granular activated charcoal filtration systems that are set up, that will be set up, the building's going up. And the really cool part about it, forward thinking part about it, is they have reserved a space in this enormous building to place filtration systems or other devices if there are other chemicals coming downstream that we're not identifying right now. So they're actually forward thinking with that, which I really appreciate. So we will be getting our water from there, and I think we're in good hands with their filtration systems. So that was nice to see. And I think that's it for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Thurber?
I don't have any updates, but I would like to take the time to thank the town of Pittsboro for their sponsorship of Summerfest. It was a great event. I want to thank all the volunteers and all the people that came. I saw Commissioner Bonitz, Commissioner Hunziker. I heard you were there with Rory, although I didn't see you. It was a great event, and I'd like to thank the Pittsboro Police Department for keeping us safe. It seemed flawless, and it was great to be back on Hillsborough Street. Thanks.
Thank you. Up next is public comment. We don't have anyone signed up this evening, so we will move into public hearings. The first one is a public hearing on the development fees ordinance for fiscal year 2026, 2027. So I'll take a motion to enter the public hearing.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Foley. Second,
Second.
Commissioner Thurber. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Heather?
Good evening. So we provided details in your packet of the proposed fee schedule, which we moved items around so that I also provided the current fee schedule so you could have a comparison, because trying to do a red line version would have been very messy. If you have any questions on the fee amounts, either I will answer those or I will have May come up and answer them, because a lot of these are for the planning engineering department.
Any questions on fees? Take a motion to close the public hearing. Thank you, Commissioner Hunziker.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Foley. All those in favor, say aye. I'll take a motion to adopt the development fee ordinance of fiscal year 2026-2027.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonitz.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Thurber. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It passes. Thank you. Up next, we have a annexation petition for Highcroft Investors LLC and Chatham Park Investors LLC, A 2026-01 and PB 26-150. So I'll take a motion to enter the public hearing.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Foley.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Farrell. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Good evening, everyone. The proposed annexation, as previously mentioned, is a voluntary contiguous annexation petition for 95.795 acres located south of Highway 64 Business and east of Chatham Parkway, which you can see shown on the screen. The existing use is residential agriculture, and staff recommends approval of the annexation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff?
I have a general Chatham Park question for you. Are we contractually obligated to approve this annexation?
I can let the town attorney provide for legality purposes, but just as a friendly reminder, the preliminary plat for this tract was a Womble tract, and this was the preliminary plat was approved, I believe, at the April 13th Board of Commissioners meeting. So in order for this project to move forward with construction drawings and get that approved, they would have to annex in order to move forward. So I wanted to provide that from a planning perspective on that process.
Chatham Park is obligated to offer it for annexation. And you have a policy that says that if you want public utilities, it has to be annexed. But it is a legislative decision for you all to make.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. There's no one signed up for the public hearing, so I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonds, second.
Second.
Commissioner Thurber. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And I will take a motion to approve the annexation request for voluntary contiguous annexation petition A 2026-01, PB 26-150.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Motion, Commissioner Farrell, second, Commissioner Bonitz. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Up next, we have an action item for the manager's recommended budget for fiscal year 2026-27.
I didn't do a presentation. I just was going to discuss the changes from the version that you saw last meeting at the public hearing and that was in your packet tonight. So the few changes that we made were, we removed a position in engineering, the transportation position, and we've allocated those funds to an assistant project manager and to downtown to fill out the position for the additional downtown position. So we allocated, so now we have those both fully funded. We had funds for an in-house town attorney. We changed the cost of living allocation from 3% to 4%. And we reduced the merit bonus from 2% to 1% to offset that. And that's just due to the changes in the current market. So we're trying to adjust employee salaries because of the inflation that's currently going on. We moved 5,000 from the parks budget to buildings and grounds department for cleaning supplies, just because that position has moved out of parks and is now under public works, but they are also servicing all of the facilities. We changed the health insurance allocation from 18% to 10%. We were able to realize that reduced cost because we switched from Blue Cross Blue Shield to Aetna. And then we also changed the deductibles for our health insurance plans.
I'm sorry, Heather, from 18 to what?
3%.
Very good.
And then we just reduced the contracted services in police, and we allocated that to personnel within the police department. And those were all the changes, so. Does anybody have any questions?
I have a bunch.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we, just educate me a little bit, do we collect any revenues from properties that are not in Pittsboro?
No.
There's no revenue coming in. Is there any other revenue coming in that's non-Pittsboro related?
No.
Okay. And then for Tri-River, we're no longer receiving that income anymore. So our two major sources of income are ad valorem taxes and sales taxes.
Those are the biggest, yeah.
And how, big picture, how are we doing with that? We don't have that source of income anymore, so. Can you,
The Tri-River? I mean?
yeah,
I mean, so that again was a totally separate fund, so it funded itself.
how is the town doing though without that income?
We're doing fine. I mean, our budget is tight, but we're doing fine. Yeah.
Most of the time on that enterprise, it was a wash your hands with the expenses from chemicals and all like that. It was,
Upkeep.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was really just wash your hands.
Okay.
Hopefully you didn't go in the hole, you know.
It had
Yeah,
to
I
be
mean, so-
required to be.
So we did split some salaries between the two funds, you know, like finance director, town manager. Positions that covered both of those funds, we did share those. So now general fund has had to assume 100% of those costs. So that was where we did see some initial, where it has been harder on the general fund budget.
Okay.
But again, we're doing okay. Our budget is balanced. We're not using fund balances in the upcoming year.
Good. Okay. Thank you for that.
Yep.
So in the there is a $1.3 million other revenue in the budget. Can you describe what the other revenues are?
Are you looking at, I think now you're looking at the financials.
Income.
Right, is that the financials though? That's not the budget.
This is the financials. Yeah.
The budget ordinance.
He's looking at the financials that were provided as informational.
So let's move on then. So the vehicle tax jumped 17%. That revenue, was that for those fees that we're starting?
No, we've had those fees now for 2 years. So no, it's not that, it's just the value of the vehicle. So that's an estimate that we actually get from the DMV via the county. So it's just the estimated value of the vehicles, and then our tax rate is applied to the value of the vehicles.
Plus extra vehicles coming in because there are more people here.
But that's an estimate that we get from the county. Yeah.
And then licenses and permits were up $200,000 to $201,000. What was it?
So that's our estimated, due to changes in the fee schedule that was just adopted, plus the expected just flow of applications.
Okay.
So those estimates for any of the development services line items or planning engineering fee line items, those were done in conjunction with May to determine what we were expecting to receive in revenue.
So you're projecting growth.
Yes.
Understood. And then utilities and franchise taxes were up 20% to $68 person.
So that is what I'm estimating based on what we have received so far this year and just a growth percentage. So the actual growth is not 20%, but it is based on what I budgeted for the last year, but we've actually received more than I budgeted.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Understood. And I think that's it. That's it. Thank you.
And your
Great.
first question was, that you asked previously was about the tax increase, the 8%. That is just projected based on the on the values of our projected property for the upcoming tax year.
Okay, just
There's
property
no,
values.
yep, just property values.
So, it has nothing at all to do with increased sales or not?
No, so sales and use tax, I have projected an increase there, but in terms of the ad valorem tax, that is just due to growth.
Yeah,
Just increased growth.
Yeah, increased growth, yeah.
thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions?
Help me with the bigger picture, where we're headed.
Mhm.
Knowing that we have somebody that is forward-thinking and that you're basing these on facts. And, you know, some of it obviously is you just have to trust the momentum, but I appreciate your work. Thank you.
And I tend to be conservative in my estimate. So that's how we some excess fund balance at the end of the year, but so I would rather be conservative than the opposite.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you, Helen.
Just thank you to staff for putting, this has been a relatively easy process for us, but I know it's been a more difficult year
Yeah.
than usual. And especially in other communities around here, I hear a lot more difficulty. So appreciate all the work y'all put in to make it easier on us. So.
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
I noticed the haircut. Was that trimming also the fat down? Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, I'll take a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2026-27 manager's recommended budget.
Moved.
Thank you,
Second.
Commissioner Bonitz. Second, Commissioner Foley. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Up next, we have the salary schedule for the fiscal year 26-27. Any questions or comments on that? All right. I will take a motion to approve the fiscal year 26-27 salary schedule as required by N.C.G.S. 160A 162.
Moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonitz. Second,
Then,
Commissioner Foley. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Up next is the position control for fiscal year 26-27. Any questions on that? All right. Take a motion to approve the fiscal year 26-27 position control.
Second.
Commissioner Farrell. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Up next, we have appointments to the Pittsboro Downtown Advisory Board. We have some recommendations here. Any discussion?
I would like to make a motion to appoint Alex Plummer, Vicky Oldham, Robin Allgood, and Shannon Plummer, with their terms ending on June 30th, 2029, and to appoint Rebecca Dickinson to the Chatham Chamber of Commerce ex officio seat, and to appoint London Crowling to the high school student ex officio seat.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Farrell, second. Any discussion?
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, you're in. Thank you. Up next, we have an appointment for a Chatham Park Section Design Plan Liaison. So this would be the South Village Section Design Plan contemplates a planning board or town board liaison at the discretion of the Board of Commissioners. Is there any discussion on this item?
Yes, can we kind of talk about the position and what it entails, the responsibilities, and how it's going to, how we're going to be kept in the loop from the liaison? Because I don't see a lot of description of the position. There's no details.
I think it's a good idea. I think we should talk about it a little bit and then probably ask staff to draft some, but like a role description kind of for it, so that we can know what it is and then get somebody for it. So, Teresa.
Sir? Give some context to the reasoning for the liaison position. With this being a continuation of the small area plan, sort of as, instead of approving just one large small area plan, we're now dividing it into smaller section design plans. There were a lot of concerns raised by the different boards and the community. So one of those is being a step where a board member can be included in the conversations from the very beginning, the collaboration sessions, especially where we sit down with the applicant and talk about the big picture of what the proposed section design plan is before getting into the nitty gritty. And having that perspective from the liaison, especially with this being a discretionary decision, still going back to the board and addressing any sort of issues related to public health, safety, and welfare, emerging needs. The board's recommended having a liaison there as part of that process.
Can you kind of explain what has already been, because I understand that this appointment is just one of the items that was discussed back in December that needs to be put in a process. Can you explain like what has been put in place for the section design process and what still needs to be completed? Also, when are the meetings? Are they a weekly meeting? When are they being held? Because we are kind of out of the loop, I think, a little on what happens at those meetings. And will this position keep us better informed, and how?
Yes, ma'am. So far, we have a 12-page process outline with an approval steps all outlined and a checklist that is ready to go out as part of the first meeting, the actual conceptual, with all of the outside review agencies as listed in the SAP and the liaison for the board. The liaison for the board, we get all that documentation and be able to bring it back to the board. That is one part, so they can basically do that report back. There's a preliminary schedule for all the meetings through all the process and all the different steps that have to be done, when they have to be done, in time to go to the planning board, to the BOC, and as well as each additional piece. This is actually, I'll give this copy to Carrie. This is that 12-page. It actually includes what that process is, and she can pass that into. The other parts that have been done is we have 3 examples of the concept plan adjustment as a vicinity map and those section design plans, and trying to find the average to present at that first conceptual meeting to make sure that we're going down the right path completely. During staff's review of the process that we have outlined, this is one of the items that was outlined that we made to have this liaison in place. That also, we have to determine how public comment is going to be done. That is still one of the items on the list. How we're going to post it, how we're going to communicate it to the public. We have received the model for transportation as the no build for the 2045. We have already commented and sent some of the issues back that need to be addressed. We have not come to a full decision on how to deal with the TIAs yet. That is still one item. And then the financial report has been sent to administration for review. So those are the items right now, were the last pieces that remain.
Thank you.
So whoever is going to be that liaison would have access to all information to help work through the final pieces of the process during that meeting.
Thank you. And TIA being traffic impact analysis.
Yes, sir.
So Chatham Park's model has been submitted to staff. The TIAs, are they noted in that model? And when do we see those?
So the model has been submitted, not noted in there. Currently, that process has not been decided. They have, where there's going to be at section design plan or at the preliminary plat, the comment was made of how to make that work. If they're going to have the swap from the parks, what would be the best point to do it at a section design plan versus a preliminary plat, but no agreement has been met. We have recorded those meetings. That's the last meeting specifically getting to the point where we're talking about those items. So we are working through that.
Sorry.
The model piece itself, the comments has roads that were originally not studied included for the no build. And a majority of those do not currently work. So they're in we have an example of that model to pass along as well.
I can give some reasoning for the TIA stipulation on being preliminary plat versus section design plan. Originally, as per the small area plan, a transportation impact analysis is required at that time. In speaking with the applicant in some of the larger sections, it was discussed that it might be possible where there is a small section that the applicant would like to move forward on, that we could require the TIA at the preliminary plat. And then when that TIA is submitted, it would be for the entire section design plan. Again, this conversation as being a may in this section design plan language that was adopted in the small area plan was contingent on the being approved by the town board for one. So if it worked out where there was a small section that the staff felt comfortable allowing the TIA to wait until the preliminary plat, that would be a reason why staff would recommend doing it that way. Otherwise, the intent of the language is for the transportation impact analysis to be done prior to the section design plan approval. And that basically is what the small area plan step would have been. And in addition, with the no build model at the time, it wasn't approved. Staff allowed the small area plan or recommended the small area plan to be approved contingent on that no build model. So at the time that we had these conversations, none of that information was known. The issues with potential on-site and off-site improvements based on the no build, the results of the no build model. As Mr. Armstrong was saying, that there are some.
So currently that no build model is not approved by staff. It only has been submitted and commented to at this point. And then there are no process for the TIAs that has been finalized and outlined. Sorry, I'm off this. So we have not finalized what the process for the TIA looks like. That has not been done, and the model itself has been submitted, commented on, but not approved by staff.
Did that make sense in the context of why the language was approved that way?
What about the fiscal impact studies? Do you get numbers for those with each section design plan, or is that annual? And does that include, I know we've talked about it before, both revenue and expenses?
So I know that they have submitted their yearly version of that to administration, but they are expecting to get the comments back to present that in August. But there are no individual ones that have been outlined as of yet.
So could we ask for those to be, could we ask for the TIAs and the the fiscal impact reports to be part of those? Can we require that to be part of the submittal of the SDPs?
My understanding, that answer would be yes, because this is discretionary, but correct me if I'm wrong.
The discretionary ties back to what I was saying before with emerging needs and public health, safety, and welfare. So when it goes through the staff review, we go through all the requirements that's listed in the small area plan, which may explain, we have a, I think, 9-page checklist of everything that we look at. Based on that, we give a recommendation to the town board, just like we did for the small area plan. So if the applicant does not want to submit the TIA at the section design plan, and staff's recommendation is that it should be based on all the issues I just described, the town board has discretionary decision on that as well, including the no build information that we have now that we didn't have prior to, then that would be the discretion of the town board. Staff cannot require it, but we can give a recommendation on why it should be.
So would this liaison be an observer, or would they be like negotiating or advising?
they're a part of the review committee. So just, they would be included in asking questions and understanding what's the big picture issues going on with the development as a whole versus kind of getting that conversation complete before we dig into the minor issues that I don't think the liaison would need to be involved with as much at that point.
So in that same vein, we can then ask the liaison, the board can ask the liaison to ask a question or make a statement during discussions.
The
It
coordination,
can be both ways too.
the purpose of the coordination meeting session is to discuss any potential concerns. And that's the reason why it was requested agreed upon by the applicant.
So, we had a great deal of tension, I'll call it, last November regarding legislative powers being given away. And I think this liaison position might enhance our standing with the public, knowing that we have direct communication through the liaison. That's a statement, not a question.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Any other comments or questions?
I would like to make a motion to appoint Corey Forrest from the planning board.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay.
I think if this is a discussion now or, okay. So I would like to wait until we get a true definition of the roles of that individual is required to have as a liaison before we push forward that idea. I'd like to hear anybody else talk about it.
I think it could be important to define what this role is specifically before we appoint someone to it. And
Is
sort of
that
the-
not what Teresa and May just did?
I don't think it's completely clear from that, but, and I think with our current legal situation, I think it'd be smart to have a defined written role, before we do that.
I concur.
Oh, Mayor Shipp, would you be willing to craft that draft? And based on what we've heard from staff and your understanding of concerns in the community and on this board?
Sure. I'll work with staff and the board attorney on that, yeah.
Yeah.
To bring it back next month. Is that good for staff or?
Is there, would this additional month of delay pose any impacts on staff? Or on the developer?
Might be on the developer, their schedule, they would like to submit, I think, 6 this year. So where we're gonna update the schedule for the rest of the year, so will be based. But everything has to be right where you submit that.
Should we maybe, if it is going to cause a developer an issue, should we appoint an interim until such time that we have the actual defined role?
I don't think it actually delays.
Yeah, we have time.
Do we need a motion to do that or just do it and bring it back?
I think a motion would be good.
We have a motion on the floor.
Well, okay, so is there a second to Jay's motion? Commissioner Farrell?
My question is, what more do we need from a liaison? And are we gonna have requirements for this liaison to go to these meetings with these kind of requirements? It's pretty much self-explanatory in the back page right here. So.
Well, is there a second to Commissioner Farrell's motion? Okay, motion fails for lack of a second. I will take a motion for the mayor and staff and the board attorney to work on a role description for the liaison and bring it back next month.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Foley. Second, Commissioner Hunziker. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Hey,
Thank you. Up next is Parks and Rec Advisory Board Resolution. Okay. Katie? Sorry.
We are looking today to revamp right now, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board is in the Code of Ordinances, and we are looking to take that out of the ordinances and put it as a resolution. So please let me know if you have any questions.
What is the purpose?
So the purpose of this is the way that it's in the ordinance right now. It's the only one that's the ordinance, and then it's a little bit more vague on what responsibilities and everything would be. And so now that we're especially revamping what the advisory board roles are going to be, we want to take each section and really monitor it. And another part of it is, as you can see in the resolution, is currently we have 4 in-town members and 3 ETJ members. And since the population has grown and we're also getting so much active participation, especially from the in-town residents, we want to shift that to maybe a max of 2 ETJ members with the opportunity, depending on what applications we get in.
Can you elaborate on your suggestion that the ordinance is vague?
Well, there are some situations in there that are from the feedback that we have gotten over the past couple of months is that it is not reflective on what we have been doing or what they want to be doing, what we want to be doing and what direction we should go forward. So this is to help give a little reset and describing what this role for a person on the Parks and Rec Advisory Board will do.
Is this, I'm still vague. I'm not following this. Why is this a resolution and not just enhanced ordinances? Why can't we change the ordinance? Why a resolution?
Okay. I am not the expert in ordinances, so I'm going to pass that to somebody who is an expert in the ordinances.
A resolution is less formal than an ordinance. You're creating an advisory body. You're not making it a law. You're creating an advisory body that may be changed in the future. You may do away with it in the future. And it's easier to do that with a resolution than it is to do it with an ordinance.
I understand what you're saying, but I still don't follow the law.
I'm not sure why it's in the Code of Ordinances because I don't think it was adopted as an ordinance in the first place. I think it was a resolution, but it's in there and doesn't need to be in there.
Does the Downtown Business Association, no, does the planning department have,
No,
does the planning board have a resolution also?
Yes.
They do.
So the Parks and Rec Advisory Board is the only board that's in the Code of Ordinances,
Okay.
other than the Board of Commissioners.
The planning board is in there.
Planning board is required by state law, though, so it's the only advisory board in the Code of Ordinances.
Katie, can you talk about section 5, item B? And members shall serve 2 years staggered, maximum of 2 consecutive terms. Can you talk about there's something called intellectual capital that you want to retain if you can. Let's say you have an extraordinary contributor, but an extraordinary contributor to this is 4 years and that person is gone. Is that correct? Do you, any reason why you want to restrict that?
So I also think this is very common in a lot of the boards that we have done research in, and this is common in, I believe the Parks or the Planning Board has the same rule, if I'm not mistaken, of wanting just to have fresh ideas and new things, especially as a growing time, just wanting to have maybe having someone else in the opportunity to be in that seat.
Are you allowing this extraordinary person, whoever this, maybe it's, you know, they were born to do it. Can they then reapply or not?
Word. Well, if they've had their max of 2 years.
Max of 2 and that's it.
What's two
Two consecutive means 2 back to back.
2.
They could stay off a term and then come back on it.
Okay, right, so, okay.
May I jump in on that point? I don't like to kind of change horses midstream. And if there is a good person, that I would like to keep them on and not be forced to lose that person because of a calendar. The other thing is, it is the Board of Commissioners' responsibility to make appointments. And if we feel that that person has stale ideas, or we need new ideas or new people on the board, then that falls with us to do that when the appointments are made. So I think that the board can decide if that person has served enough terms, not have it forced upon the board. I think that's kind of taking away our responsibility and the authority from the board. And that kind of rolls into another point on that, which is attendance. Oh, I can just leave it at that for that, and then I can go into attendance after, and the removal of a board member. You want me to jump in? So it says that if any board member is removed for any of the aforementioned reasons, which include prolonged illness or a family member or due to sickness, they are ineligible to ever serve on the board again. And I would like to say that I think that's a little extreme. Take, for example, let's say a woman has breast cancer and is sick. She's removed. Now she's in remission. She is now ineligible to ever serve again. Or if you had a family member who is sick and you could not serve, you could never serve again. I think that needs to be reworded to not be so harsh. I agree.
Me too.
Perhaps something to change it, like at the discretion of the board, can be added. Something like that, where we maintain some power, and there's also some positivity when it comes to that. I'd hate to have you lose somebody, Katie, that's really good because of the language of this resolution. That makes sense. Watching your back. Yeah.
And I think these all say too, that paired member may be removed by a majority vote. So these are discretionary kind of conditions as well. But I think if we remove the shall not be eligible to be reappointed in the future, it leaves us to the board for future appointments. Is there any other?
Just to kind of mention them, several years back, when we were discussing this, maybe months too, though, we had boards that we had the same people on them because nobody was applying.
Mhm.
And you send the applications out and applications out, put them back in the paper, put them back on the website. Nobody was wanting to work and volunteer on these boards. So that was the reason we came up to this, the 2 terms and get some fresh ideas, bring some new people in to the town that's moved just recently into town from other areas. And that was the reason for that right there. I mean, it's been times when we've had nobody apply for boards.
I would say that times are changing. 60 people,
Look outside, yeah.
60 people applied for PDAB.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I was on the first round of PDAB. And like you said, there was nobody, and now there's an abundance of applicants.
That's exactly why I'm just saying do you want to keep the same 7 members on for 30 years?
I mean, I think if there's one great member, sure.
Well, that goes again to the board makes that appointment. So if the board feels that they are the best 7 members, then fine. But if they have 60, well, then absolutely, the board makes the appointments, not a document. And I think the board should make the decision whether or not somebody serves, not a document.
If you would like to delete the term limit, you just take the second sentence of B out.
Sorry?
Delete the second sentence of B.
Yes.
Yes.
I have greater concerns than just minor edits. So overall, I'm reading this document, noting the word ambassador, that it seems like a shrinking of the role of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board at a time when I think our community most needs an increase in expansion of public input and participation. As we grow rapidly, I think we need to have 3 ETJ members. We're going to be growing into the ETJ. We're not growing parks in town at this moment in our evolution. Not as many. And there will be some infill parks now that I think about that, but our vast expansion of acreage is going to be out in the ETJ. That's where the impacts will be, positive and negative. And I want to hear more from the ETJ, not less. So I'd very much support having 3 rather than 2 ETJ reps. Commissioner Hunziker, in our conversation, I think you were concerned about even having any limit. Do you want to speak to more about that?
Well, I was looking at it like, more again, I think the board has the final authority on who is appointed. And if 3 absolutely stellar people come on, apply, and they happen to be ETJ, I kind of look at it like ETJ today, PBO tomorrow. And I would hate to say no, because you're going to be annexed next year. I think, again, it's the board's responsibility to pick the best people. And so I agree with Commissioner Bonitz on that.
So what was your rationale? Educate me of going from 3 to 2.
Well, I did it for up to 2 people in ETJ because for people that are in town, they are taxpayers. And I felt that, especially prime example of this round, 14 out of the 16 applicants were in town members. And if you have 3 out of the 7 for ETJ, then
Lopsided.
yes, it's very lopsided. So I can, and again, it goes back to they are members of the ETJ are not paying tax, their taxes are not going to the town of Pittsboro. So felt like, especially as the growth that we're having, maybe that should.
Katie, let me ask you a question on that point, and I'm not trying to belabor this point, but right now we have a whole bunch of applicants, which is great, but what happens if we don't? And 4 seats come vacant and we don't have enough applicants to fill them. Do they just stay vacant because we might have to pick somebody else from the ETJ? Again, I think that that's something that the board should take into consideration, what the current makeup of the board is, where they reside, who the applicants are, and then the responsibility to have a well-balanced board with ETJ and in town or whatnot relies on us for those appointments.
Would you say up to 3 people for the ETJ, or are you saying no, absolutely have to have 3 members of the ETJ like it is currently?
I don't think I would say we had to have any or a limit. I think we should look at what the current board makeup is, and it's our responsibility to make a judgment on, is this a well-weighted board? We may find that all of the parks that are going to be built out, like you were just saying, well, right now we do have some infill ones, but what if all the parks are ETJ? Maybe we at that point would want.
So it will be.
It has to be in town.
They have to be.
And one point of clarification I made, a lot of the land that's being annexed is raw land. It's not existing homeowners. So to say that the ETJ is PPO tomorrow is correct if it's raw land and if it's being annexed for subdivisions, but existing residences in the ETJ, I don't think they're very likely to annex because there's just more taxes they have to pay. So yeah.
Well, I guess that goes to the, what's our definition of who we're responsible to? And I feel a very broad sense of responsibility in this community because what is it, 5,000 people, approximately 6,000 people who live in town are just a fraction of the people who represent Pittsboro, in my opinion. Our border is porous. People come in and out all day long. People do business here. People work in town and live just outside the town limits. So it's really important to me that we have ETJ representation that's very strong. And again, because the additional parks are going to be in the South Village predominantly, I think there needs to be more folks from that area. Regardless of whether they are town residents or taxpayers. They're a part of the community. The other piece here, if I could elaborate on this ambassador idea, I have understood the Parks and Rec Advisory Board to be an advisory board that gives feedback to our staff and to the Board of Commissioners. And I think that it's actually explicit in the current language that it also should give feedback to the Planning Board. And I see that as a two-way channel. And ambassador feels more like, this is my language, but a kind of a public relations extension. And that's concerning to me. I'm sorry, Ms. Keller, but in point, this very memorandum, which presents a resolution that presumes to completely rework the structure and function of our Parks and Rec Advisory Board, has no input from the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. It wasn't presented to PARAB, or if it was, their feedback wasn't recorded in the memo. So I think that's a problem.
But John, I disagree with you on that because I don't believe that's the advisory board's decision to do a resolution for the town. It should be our legal and our administration.
That's an excellent point, Jay. And let's put Commissioner Farrell, that's an excellent, and let's put a real fine point on it. They also are not responsible for the budget, but in our current ordinance, they are responsible to give input and feedback on the budget. And we're not doing that. We're not asking that of them. I think that's very important. I think it's really important because in this day and age, when we're all strapped so tight, we want to know that our taxes are being spent properly. And I want advisory boards' help in making those determinations. I believe in this thing called participatory budgeting, and City of Durham is doing it. Other communities are doing it. We have a budget survey that steps in that direction of gathering public feedback on our budget process. But this is a very rigorous idea of having an advisory board give input on how the next year's budget should be shaped. I think that's important. I think that's valuable.
I disagree with that because it is an advisory board to the town. To us, it's an advisory board to us. If they want to say they want to spend X amount of money on this project or this project, then that would come to Katie, to us. But I don't believe that's their place to budget funding.
Again, I think that maybe we're not defining it properly. My hope and expectation is that the Parks and Rec Advisory Board will take action according to the ordinances. And the language in the ordinance, maybe staff can help with that. What is the current ordinance as regards the budget? Or para?
And another point of clarification, I believe it was October, I was directed to rewrite the para ordinance.
Directed you?
This board did.
In what session?
It was in a closed session.
I was in that closed session. I don't remember anyone directing you. I remember the mayor expressing an interest in it.
It's not what I recall. And apologies that it's taken this long to get here.
Well, I think either way, it's here for us to consider, whatever. I don't remember an exact genesis, but.
As regards the budget.
Commissioner Bonitz, could you maybe like explain what that would look like? Would there be a meeting where they would it go through potential budget and give it to Katie, and then she would bring it to, like, how would you see their involvement?
Yeah, I think that's a fine idea that staff would present to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, staff's plan for the next year before it's delivered to the manager. And that would increase public input and public support.
Yes, section 8, to advise and assist in the preparation of the Parks and Recreation Department budget.
Or it could be as simple as the members of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board saying, hey, we really think that this is a hot issue. It needs attention in your budget. We hope you'll present that in your budget to the manager.
Is that something that occurs now, or?
So we have done that in the past. The reason why it wasn't really magnified this year was because a lot of time we have been directed from the beginning that there was not a lot of room for growth in the budget, and that there were not going to be projects that were funded because we were going to be strapped in the next coming year. So instead, I chose to focus on some other things because budget was, as it is, strictly operational. We have focused on the goals that we have gotten the year before, and the year before I did, in the last several years, I've always gotten their input on, hey, which projects would you prioritize? Example, one of their goals has been to have a bathroom at each public park. And we are well on our way to achieving some of those baby steps in that way. But that is the reason why, to Mr. Bonnett's points, for this specific year, that the budget was not leaned on or focused on as heavily this year.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it is an unusual constraint for a department, and we don't have advisory board input on a public works budget or administration budget or things like that. Like, the manager is responsible to create the budget, and we're responsible to approve the budget. And I think that, we do get feedback on all of those things, but I don't think that, that constraint on one department is good. I think the reality too, when that was created, whether it was resolved or ordained, we had a kind of part-time Parks and Rec department out of the planning department. So I think that the recognition now of a larger Parks and Rec department and a professional staff that advises us, and I think we've seen other places as well, limit or eliminate advisory boards with that recognition that they're there's a different function served by them now. And I think this is a good recasting of the function while maintaining the advisory function of Farrell.
So I do remember you saying that, Mayor Shipp, in the closed session, and your observation that other communities are minimizing or even eliminating advisory boards. My response, I don't recall if I said that then, is that those communities are very mature communities. They are not growing. They are certainly not growing as rapidly as we are. And I think as rapidly as we are growing and where the growth of parks will be, I think really puts a much greater importance on public input and the role of volunteers in the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. So.
Okay. We've heard few items. Any questions or comments? Other questions or comments?
Other point of clarification, section 9, it was the last members removed pursuant to this policy shall not continue to serve and shall not be eligible to be reappointed to the PARAB in the future. That entire sentence or just a portion of it?
Just the last half of that. They shall not continue to serve, I guess, mean that their term is over at that point and shall not continue to serve, period.
Then section 5, part B, members shall serve a maximum of 2 consecutive terms. Strike that.
And then, where did it go?
Do we have anything in here about members participating in budgetary suggestions?
Yes, sir.
That might be something we want to add.
Thank you.
Not making budgetary decisions, but participating in recommendations. That would feel like empowering if I was on that board.
Thank you.
How many members do we have? We agreeing on 7 members and 2 ETJs, or? Well, I didn't get a clear indication where the board was with that. It's 7-2 or unlimited? That sounds.
I think unlimited doesn't make a lot of sense, but what is the purpose of only having 7?
That's what it was whenever I got here.
Okay.
I think there's a functional size of a board that's useful.
Great.
Yeah, I think that there is something to be said for not too many people in the room as well.
Well, I would disagree because PDAB has a lot of people on the board. I would say at least 20 members, and they have a really good time and they get along and there's lots of great ideas that come through. And I think if there was only 7, it would not be as we wouldn't have as much imagination and creativity and all those things. I would like to see more members on that board.
I was thinking of suggesting 9 members.
Yeah, PDAB is 11 voting, 7 ex officio.
18, almost 20. Yeah.
But 11 voting. I think that's
11 voting.
And I'm remembering back to the larger advisory board policy discussion from last month, but there was something in there about a restriction of no one under the age of 18. And I was thrilled that there is an ex officio member from a high school who I would guess might very well be younger than 18. So maybe we can consider revising that language both here in PARAB and in the overall advisory board policy to be a little bit more open to youthful participation in an ex officio capacity, perhaps. I'm just going to go ahead and propose, see if we can get just kind of a rough straw poll in support of a firm 3, not to exceed 3 ETJ members. See some heads nodding.
I agree. Fine with that.
Okay.
If you did a 9-member board with 3 ETJ,
Yeah,
We can reassess this time next year. When we're gonna be hopping next year this time.
that's true. That's true.
And I would like to suggest some board training
Yeah.
for para.
I think the thing about this too, particularly being a resolution now, is that it should be a little bit more of a living document and we can see how it goes, see what, like, agreed that applications may shift over time. We have a wealth of applications now, I think for a lot of reasons. And so if that changes in time and we don't get applications, we could come back and change things as well easily.
Mhm.
But I think at some point, we've got to make it to change it in the future.
Fisher cut bait.
Sure. Yeah.
Since you brought up applications, I would like to just mention that I think our applications need to be a little bit more in depth for all of the advisory boards, especially when you see that somebody may put on their application that they want to serve on every single one of the advisory boards. I think it would be very helpful to come up with some open-ended questions that are applicable to the boards, such as if you're going to on para, but might say, where do you think we are doing well with our parks? Where do you think we are falling short? What was the last park you went to? Something so we can see that they are really engaged with it, not just, I want to be on one of these advisory boards. Maybe something with PDAB, it might be, where do you think our strengths downtown are and where do you think? So we're getting a little bit more of what they bring to the table. And I think that something like that will also help those vetting the applicants, because you might go, oh, wow, that's a really good idea we never thought of. So I would like to see something more than, what boards would you like to serve on? How long have you lived in town? And basically your CV.
Yeah.
Can we instruct staff to come up with some open-ended questions to revise the applications going forward so we have a little bit more depth to them?
The HR almost vetting, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Exactly.
The big picture, Parks is our shining star in Pittsboro.
Mhm.
And the more we can pay attention to this advisory board, I think it's going to pay off because it creates families coming downtown. It's an economic driver. And the more we can do for your departments to make it a special and shining example in the center of North Carolina, the better we can do.
Yeah. Thank you,
Well,
Mr. Foley. Well put. And I'll elaborate to say that the parks are one of most, with regard to the parks and the public, the interface is most vibrant right there. Our parks are one of the biggest and most common touches with the public. So, yeah.
that's only going to grow.
Exactly, yeah. So I'll move that we table this for these revisions, plus incorporation of additional written feedback, and from whomever wishes to present that, and hopefully bring it back at the next board meeting.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay.
One question, can you just quickly go over these revisions?
So the revisions I have, I think we were aligned on was section 5, item A would be up to 3 ETJ members instead of 2.
Okay,
Section 5, item B would be removing the term limits.
and wait just 1 minute. What about these 7, was that going to 9?
I thought it was. We do with that. I think Commissioner Thurber's idea is great.
And then that section 9, item 5 would remove the never reappointed language.
What else was there? Just the addition of some budget
To number 9, I'm sorry.
Your budgetary,
participation.
feedback or suggestions.
All right, I'm getting 3 or 4
And
answers.
I,
One of them y'all at the time, please.
Sorry.
So number 9, item 5, the second half of that.
Okay.
Or so it would, number 5 would just say, members removed pursuant to this policy should not continue to serve.
Gotcha.
And then, so 5A would say, the board shall consist of 9 members,
Right.
and then no more than 3 may reside within the town's ETJ.
Do we have anything in number 9 down there regarding the attendance, please?
It's in there.
Nothing was said regarding the prolonged illness. But we drew that.
Well, it says may be removed for reasons. So that's just up to the board's discretion if somebody was removed for that.
And absences due to sickness shall be regarded as approved absences.
And the age limit, where does the age limit?
It's a separate policy.
Okay.
It's not approved. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, we just got the final draft. Yeah, last week.
so, I again reiterate that I think that this policy needs to be more affirmative and less restrictive and more active and engaged rather than confining these volunteers to an ambassador role. And I'd love to hear other commissioners' thoughts on this if you have thoughts on it.
I think it describes a lot more than an ambassador role. That term is in there in one of the lines, but
Yeah, I think in comparison to the prior policy, it's a confinement of responsibilities. It's a contraction of roles and responsibilities.
it's changed certainly.
You regard it, excuse me, Commissioner, the limitations on authority, is that,
Yeah.
I don't have any issues with that.
You know, legalistically, I don't have any issues either, but in a policy document, I mean, are we trying to recruit?
Resolution, not order.
Recruit? Are we trying to make people feel inspired and valued? Or make them feel suspected and penalized?
I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Bonitz. It does feel oppressive. It's like someone's putting a sign up on the wall as you walk down the hall in school. You know, the same.
Spitting no
Do
curse.
we really need those limitations on authority in this resolution? Do we? I'm serious.
Yeah.
I'd love some feedback.
I think a clear role definition is very helpful for everybody.
Okay.
I agree with some of the limitations on authority might be a little, like you said, no, but as far as to address your point on ambassador and promote awareness and access, I think having that in there, I think it's C and D. I think that it's not saying you must promote or you must serve as an active ambassador. But I think it's good to tell them that I think that's a pat on the back. You're an ambassador for our parks. Our parks are, I like to joke that we're Circle City, but we're almost Park City. So I think that's empowering actually. But I agree with some of the language in the.
Well, I am reading, not to step on you,
No, go ahead.
Commissioner, but I'm reading section 10C. I think we had an issue with that this year, did we not? Budgetary authority. So maybe we should keep these.
So Commissioner Bonitz, would you be willing to modify your motion for those changes?
To reword it maybe, so it's less oppressive or?
I think my motion still stands that I was asking that this be tabled until the next meeting with incorporation of what's been discussed, plus additional written feedback that any commissioners would like to deliver.
That's perfect.
And I'm going to go ahead and elaborate now to make further my point about the role and the engagement. Our current PARAB guidelines ordinance it includes to inform and interpret the needs of the general public to the governing body and the town manager. Do we have to inform and interpret in this new draft? No.
Commissioner Bonitz, I would say that the reason that it's not the same in the current version is because of what Manager Franklin said, was that we were amending it to reflect the current nature of our, or maybe it was Mayor Shipp. We're changing it to reflect the current nature of of the town and the staff that we have, who the staff are doing that to the board. So the advisory board is not necessarily doing that piece, but prior, when this was first established, the advisory board was established, we did not have the staff that we have. Meaning we didn't have that.
Yes, well taken, point well taken.
So part of amending it is to reflect that we now have staff, we have a parks department, that parks department is only going to get bigger, and we're going to have staff that are able to do some of the functions that the advisory board was previously maybe outlined in that ordinance to do.
Sure. I still think there's a need for our volunteer Parks and Rec Advisory Board to inform and interpret the needs of the public to the board and to staff.
Is there any other discussion on the motion to delay?
You can put that in writing and we can consider it.
Thank you. To serve as a forum in introducing innovative and new ideas, concepts, programs, policies, and procedures. When I've heard of efforts from PARAB members to do that, it has not fallen on fertile ground. And this is one of the reasons why I'm so motivated and driven to persuade this board to ask for an improvement to this policy.
Okay. All those in favor of Commissioner Bonitz's motion? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Next, we have Parks and Rec Advisory Board appointments. I would recommend we wait on those until we have the policy.
Especially if we're going to expand the board.
Thank you. Yeah, I move that we table that till next month.
Thank you. Second, Commissioner Foley. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
If I could request a motion, Mr. Hunziker, you mentioned revisiting the application.
Yes.
If that is the will of the board, I would need a motion for that.
So moved.
Second.
Can we state it?
Okay, so I make a motion that we revise the application to include some open-ended questions that give us a deeper look into the applicant as far as their thoughts on where we can improve or what we're doing well.
Thank you. Second,
Second.
Commissioner Thurber, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mayor, are we going to just keep these applications here only? You don't leave it open another month?
I think we'd probably re-advertise after we do the policy.
That push any appointments till August or September.
Please.
Yep. I think if we're gonna ask the board and change the size and change the representation, we should do that.
Okay, hold on one second. Because then I'm curious if the members that are currently on, if their term is expiring. If
In June.
There's
Yeah, end of
language where
June.
they would continue to serve, because that was in the resolution that,
They serve until their successors.
yeah, that was in the
We
resolution.
don't need to take action on that.
But is that in?
That's the default.
That is,
The default.
okay. All right, that answers my question.
They're willing.
Good point. If they're willing.
Okay. Are we good to move on? All right. Up next is the Pittsboro Downtown Annual Overview and Work Plan. Teresa?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Teresa Thompson, Downtown Development Director. Forewarning, there are 39 or 40 slides, but I will try to get through them as quickly as possible. Always get a little excited about PowerPoints. Feel free to stop me anytime if you have questions. Also wanted to recognize some of our board and committee members that were able to make it tonight. Shannon Plummer, newly appointed Alex Plummer, Vicky Odom, Rebecca Dickinson from the Chamber and also on PDAB, and Claire Kane on our Economic Vitality Committee. I'm presenting the Downtown Pittsboro Fiscal Year 26-27 Annual Work Plan, providing an overview of what we've been up to the past few months. So before discussing the work plan itself, I wanted to acknowledge that Downtown Pittsboro's success is truly a community effort. Our downtown program requires collaboration, and again, requires it between the town board, downtown advisory board, business owners, property owners, volunteers, organizations such as the Chamber, Small Business Center, EDC, the Business Association, Rotary Club, lots of other organizations, countless citizens, and everyone who simply cares about the future of Pittsboro and downtown Pittsboro.
Including you.
What they do, yes, staff as well. Downtown revitalization does not happen because of one person or one organization. It happens because an entire community decides that having a vibrant downtown matters. Unfortunately, Pittsboro has embraced that philosophy, and I'm grateful for the support we continue to receive for that. Keep forgetting we have a clicker now. To understand the work plan, it's important to first understand the vision that guides it. Our vision statement describes what downtown Pittsboro wants to become, while the mission statement describes how we all work together to get there. Using the Main Street 4-point approach, you can see in the shape at the top right corner. It includes organization, economic vitality, design, and promotions. This balanced approach addresses economic development, planning, beautification, tourism, partnerships, and community engagement together rather than trying to tackle all those in isolation. And our three primary goals is to strengthen downtown Pittsboro as a center of an eclectic and innovative economy, support as a vibrant arts and cultural destination, and foster our unique character as an inclusive and welcoming place for everyone. And these goals are the foundation of our work plan. The work plan serves as the roadmap for the Downtown Advisory Board and committees and teams and town staff for the upcoming year. It builds on the recommendations from the 2023 Land Use Plan and the 2014 Downtown Vision Plan, along with other adopted plans. I wanted to note that many of our plan or projects, as you can see, say carryover, as we were not able to finish several of the initiatives, having a late start around December, January. So several of them have been delayed. As a result, we're going to focus on advancing projects already underway before adding new projects. Starting with the first pillar, organization. This focuses on building partnerships, volunteering, collaboration, and community support. The Downtown Advisory Board serves as our coordinating body that helps guides priorities and implementation. It consists of 11 voting members, and we've found that number to be very effective. It's large enough to bring a diverse group of viewpoints and expertise, while also keeping it productive and collaborative. And while the board itself meets 1 hour a month, we have created the informal working teams. So under the organization or PDAB, the teams are listed there, starting with the PDAB connectors. We ask all volunteers, whether board members, committee members, anyone else, to pick 1 to 3 projects from the work plan. And that is basically time spent implementing action items on top of their 1 hour committee and board meetings, as there's not a whole lot of implementation that can happen just 1 hour a month.
Before you go on, Teresa, can you add my name to the EDC Corporation ex officio position? I'll be cheering you on.
And we can try to have that go to the town board the next month then. Because tonight we had Rebecca from the chamber as ex officio. So I think the way our resolution is
Well, she's with the chamber.
Yeah, that position is for someone from the EDC.
Oh, yes.
Be on this board.
Okay, so
The EDC.
so yeah,
You're already the representative to the EDC.
right. So I can't straddle it. Okay.
Well, thank you anyways.
Yeah, thanks.
Appreciate that.
I can come though.
Of course. And we have been talking to Philip Thompson. And he actually came to the last PDAB meeting as well. So he might be interested. So regarding the vision plan, this is one of our most important priorities this upcoming fiscal year. The original vision plan was adopted in 2014. Since then, Pittsboro has experienced tremendous growth, and we adopted a land use plan, completed many other studies, as you can see on the screen. So the vision plan is going to help establish a shared vision for downtown. And the goal to the vision plan is creating an actual working plan with timelines, priorities, budgets for the next 10 to 20 years, and not just be a plan that kind of just sits on a shelf that no one ever looks at. This would be something that would help guide all of our annual work plans for the next several years as well. We also are looking to have an annual downtown celebration where we can thank volunteers and businesses, conduct an annual bus tour, PDAB retreat, which that has been scheduled. We were able to have one before July 1st for this fiscal year. And we are organizing a volunteer recruitment event. As y'all saw for the PDAB appointments, we received, I think, at least 60 applications just for PDAB. We probably have received at least another 30 or 40 just general inquiry for volunteer applications. So that would take a lot of time to reach out to all those individually. So we're going to have a volunteer recruitment event where it's kind of like a job fair, and we'll have the different areas of downtown where you'll have your own little booth and people can go to and learn more about it. We also had internal, kind of like an internal work plan, and that includes strengthening all the partnerships, expanding training opportunities, improving areas identified in our assessment. We were accredited again, but there are items that the North Carolina program asked us to work on. So we're going to spend time on trying to make those issues better and work on more grants, try to network more and learn more from other downtown directors, and just enhance collaboration and communication in general. Moving on to the second pillar, it's vitality. And you can see the Economic Vitality Committee members on the right. We have 3 teams: Biz Boosters, Streetscape Stars, and the Downtown Dream Team. All of these volunteers, they help focus on strengthening downtown's long-term economic future through business retention, business expansion, entrepreneurship, redevelopment, and strategic growth. That's within our downtown and our downtown support areas. And a healthy downtown that supports local jobs, attracts visitors, generates tax revenue, and contributes significantly to community identity and quality of life. So that's our goal for economic vitality. And this is the area that I intend to hopefully be able to spend a lot more of my time building up this upcoming fiscal year. Our main projects are reviewing UDO standards. So our phase 1 is the Downtown Overlay District, which there is a text amendment that would be going to, it already went to the Downtown Advisory Board. It would be going to the Planning Board next. And we have phase 2 and phase 3 already planned for that. And we also, everything that we do, we try to tie it to our comprehensive plan. So you can see at the bottom of the screens where it references the different goals listed in the Pittsboro Land Use Plan. Along with that, phase 1 is zoning assistance for small businesses, which basically helping the businesses get through the permitting process. So zoning and county permitting, attending the scoping and pre-submittal meetings, helping businesses know what kind of questions they should ask at that time so that there aren't any surprises along the way. And looking at specific issues related to downtown, such as growth and traffic, things like that. We also talk about what kind of programs we have, such as grants with the new potential businesses. And our main software program, OpenGov, that's something else that we're trying to help small businesses kind of navigate. Phase 2 is the PDAB receiving feedback on proposed downtown projects. There is has not been submitted officially, but there's a discussion of a project on East Street that applicants have met with the Downtown Advisory Board twice now and have received a lot of informative feedback on the site and, you know, what's important to the community. We're going to continue having small business classes that are through partnerships with Chamber of Commerce and CCCC Small Business Center. And we've done that 2 years in a row now. Phase 3 is creating checklists for all the different permits. And you can see there's different permits there, making that easier, black and white for business owners that are trying to either expand or open a new business, or even existing businesses that are trying to understand the event process. After that, we would update OpenGov applications as need be. And we've already started having conversations with Chatham County staff in regards to how we can integrate going from the Pittsboro applications easier to then know what's the next step. You go to the inspections portal or health department portal. It can be quite confusing.
Yeah.
And we're doing this in coordination with the Small Business Center, Philip Hoppus, who also assists businesses in opening more on the logistical side, and the Chamber of Commerce, who's also having conversations through their Governmental Affairs Committee. Phase 4 would be taking all this information and packaging it where it's reader-friendly on our website. So you can see on the right there, we've planned how it would look, and each of those drop-down boxes would be like the steps that you would go through, basically your business roadmap.
Ms. Thompson, I just want to say, yay, because that's the part that really gets me excited.
So
From what I've heard from constituents and even people who don't live in town, but trying to start businesses in town.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes.
I would like to say yay too. It's very exciting.
Yep.
Yep, a lot of progress made there. There's already been several concerns that we've been able to address going through this process. Another initiative is expanding our Placer AI marketing data to provide for the downtown businesses. A quick comparison here, it's just a snapshot, but you can see the difference between the Doherty's in Pittsboro versus Apex. Doherty's visitors increased by 406.3% year over year, while the Apex is down 3%. And that's just a snapshot. So, and whenever you have a brand new business, that's not unexpected to see that kind of increase. And when you have an established business, that's unexpected to see a slight decrease as well. But Placer data can really give really informative information for businesses on how to move forward. And obviously what Doherty's is doing now in Pittsboro is working because it's increasing year over year. Just want to throw these slides in. This is overall downtown Pittsboro information. There's 216,000 visitors coming downtown on average, 6.91 times per year, average of 1.5 million annual visits, which actually is really high for a small downtown. There's information on where visitors originate and where they're going next after they leave downtown. Something else that we're trying to communicate well with downtown businesses is the hours that we see the most foot traffic consistently is 6 p.m., 7 days a week. So working with that Placer package for the individual businesses, tailoring it for them to understand that when they close at 5, that's a missed opportunity. Average stay is around 53 minutes. And Friday is the most visited day, Saturday close second. Wanting to talk a little bit about why economic vitality matters. It strengthens through proactive planning, investment, and collaboration. So downtowns are often viewed as the heart of a community, and it's a measure of the community's overall health. A vibrant downtown supports local businesses, creates opportunities for entrepreneurship, generates tax revenue, attracts visitors, and gives residents a place that they can be proud of. Locally owned businesses help create the unique character that differentiates Pittsboro from other places. So you can see example of a study that was done in the Asheville area where a Walmart, for example, how much tax revenue it brings in property value, but it also sits on 34 acres of land. So when you compare that to what a mixed-use, multi-story, high-density development would be downtown, the return on investment is much, much higher to the community. And we are looking to get more information on this and update the maps. The Chatham County GIS department created that map for us. So we're working on that to provide more information for.
Just a real quick question, the flare up on the east side of town, is that the Chatham Park entrance there, or is that?
That's the vineyards.
That's the vineyard. So that represents the higher valued houses that are brand new in that new part of town.
Yeah, those are more of like the $1 million+ homes.
Understood.
I think it's value per acre, so it's
Yep.
smaller lots.
Yes, that's.
That goes on with
Density.
air density is much better for the local economy.
So what we get to focus on is East Street and West Street. That's where our value is, correct? According to this map, that's where we want it.
We're existing, this is showing the value
It's
of,
existing.
for economic vitality. But yes, moving forward, this should also be a good reason to promote high density type development.
Compact high density.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and compact high density that's mixed use. Because that's where the revenue comes from, is the mixed use.
That's correct.
Yep.
So downtown, like Hillsborough Street, where you see first story retail restaurant, second story office, residential. And we'll get to that in a second, but we're looking at character districts with different heights, going up to 6 stories or more.
Is the purple spike on West Street, is that West End?
We think so. Yeah, I need to zoom in more, but We think that's the West End property.
Well, Zed, we said thank you.
He thanks us, I'm sure. Too.
So another huge project we've been working on is evaluating our downtown boundaries, the downtown support areas, and potential incentive districts. So everything that we do, again, it's tied back to the land use plan. The map in the middle there with the bright colors is our future land use plan map that we overlaid our future corridors from our comprehensive transportation plan. So you can see all the red lines. Well, Chatham Parkway is partially built, but those are identified as areas where we will probably want to see corridors built in order to address like congestion downtown, for example. So we're trying to tie everything together as we're looking at how downtown should grow. Bottom left is our current zoning map. And the top right is just a draft of potential incentive boundaries. So our downtown dream team has been working on this for several months. It's been interesting going through the downzoning law and what can be allowed and what not allowed, which is why we're going the incentives route. So the goal is hopefully we'll be able to implement it in the UDO as requirements, but for the time being, it'd be more, it's kind of like our affordable housing incentives, where if you provide at least 10% of your units at 70% AMI, you can have double the density. And that's an admin level, staff level approval. It also helps guide the town board in rezoning and conditional rezoning requests. It also provides any developers that come to town direct information on, hey, this is what is important to the community. Economic vitality, we're also looking at the upcoming streetscape project. Our streetscape stars is working more on that specifically. We're going to go visit Apex, and Caitlin's setting up meetings with DOT and contacted Apex so that we can go visit, learn from them on what we can do potentially better and what they've done well so that it's, successful project where all the businesses can stay open and accessible the entire time, and have it go, where all the business owners understand what's happening and it's streamlined. Again, some internal action items, more for staff to look at outside of the collaborative work plan with all the volunteers. Moving on to design, which is preserving and enhancing the downtown Pittsboro's physical character. It includes historic preservation, public art, creative placemaking, walkability, connectivity, beautification, and long-range planning. So historic preservation, this is a carryover project that the downtown designers team has been working on for several months, contacting Shippo and looking into different areas of downtown and the surrounding areas of downtown on how we can better preserve historic properties. Also looking at how we connect Robeson Creek to downtown. Like I mentioned before, we have several comprehensive plans, including the bike and ped plan and the Parks and Recs plan. So looking specifically at the Greenway, the creek itself, Greenway Trail, and how we can connect that to downtown. Phase 2 of this will be other areas on connections to downtown. Goal is to install 2 new art projects this upcoming fiscal year. Here's a slide of all the different public art that our downtown design committee has been a part of. And we're still working on another art project get approved before the end of this fiscal year. We're also looking at creating a cultural asset inventory. It'll be an interactive map that shows basically all the art downtown. in areas where potentially art can be placed. We're also wanting to incorporate the creative placemaking recommendations into the vision plan. So this was the original committee that worked on that, which was also a very large committee. We also want to continue supporting the sculpture show and the linear park and art walk on East Street, going all the way to West Street eventually. And there's grants that we plan to apply for to help implement that as well. Utilize our downtown pollinator program and implement it in at least one location. And we're refining our downtown alleyway design. And there's some visuals of the potential of our alleyway in the future. And that's an extension of our West Salisbury Street streetscape concept plan as well.
That is such an important project, and I know it's going to be such a challenging one, but it's just, we have so much potential on the back sides of those buildings. And I think, obviously there's a lot of stakeholders, a lot of players, a lot of moving parts. I think that's exactly why it needs so much attention. So I'm very grateful that it's going to be a carryover project.
Yes, sir. Our first step is a survey downtown of the alleyway. So we're working on that right now.
Actually digitize it and understand exactly where everything is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All the existing infrastructure.
And that's the surveys this fiscal year still.
Yes, we are trying to finalize that contract before July 1st. Some internal projects as well. Lastly, going into promotions, focusing on downtown social value. And we have several promotion teams in the committee itself. We still want to expand Small Business Saturday activities. That remains a high priority. And another big project we've been working on is our downtown tourism initiative. We've hired Clean Marketing firm, and these are some of the projects that visuals of things that they're going to help us do better. We also want to keep promoting shopping events downtown, such as Family Fridays, First Sundays, Farmers Market, Ag Fest, Pride Fest, etc. And increase teen involvement. You mentioned our ex officio high school student. So our outgoing member, Waylon, and then our incoming London, they've already started putting together a list of contacts to have a public or a teen young adult public input session where we can hear from teens and young adults on what do we need to do better downtown, like such as activities, events, ways that they can help volunteer. Going back into supporting, here's our Family Fridays a shopping event, so providing more logistical support for that. Here's pictures of several of the other activities and events that we've had downtown over the past couple of years and want to continue doing that. We don't want to add any new community events, but support the ones that we have. That's kind of our goals for this fiscal year right now. Update our website to include all the downtown events. Hopefully we can do that with this new position. Much better than what it's been, unfortunately. And more internal action items. So this PowerPoint was included in your packet if you'd like to read through them more. And if you have any questions, just let me know. So in closing, the work plan reflects recommendations from PDAB, volunteers, businesses, community partners, and adopted town plans. Try to balance economic development, design, tourism, infrastructure coordination, business support, and community engagement. And again, most importantly, none of this happens alone. It's a result of collaboration, everyone working together towards a shared vision. Thank you, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions for Teresa?
I just said, we started this off saying, I've got like 39 or 40 slides, but each one was so engaging and so exciting. I couldn't wait for the next one, not because I wanted you to finish, but they were so good. And I'm so excited about the plans for downtown, because downtown is Pittsboro, it is our brand, and this is awesome.
Thank you very much. And Caitlin helped with making it look so pretty.
Good job. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions? All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there is an action item. Recommendations to approve the.
Motion to approve downtown Pittsboro annual work plan for FY 26-27 as presented and recommended.
second.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonitz and Commissioner Thurber. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
I move to, we take a 5-minute recess.
Do it.
Second.
back. Up next is the Town Lake Master Plan update.
Okay. Want to give a little update. So we are here tonight and want to get into a little bit of history of why we even sought to look for a master plan update for Town Lake. And one of the things is we know the bridge, right, that washed out. So that's problematic, right? We've always heard ever since the community feedback is we really want that connectivity throughout the whole property of that all the way around the pond. So how do we get that? What does that look like? And then for the existing area of there is very limited parking and there's very sporadic parking whenever you're there. So we got to a point where, okay, we know what we have here. We love what we have here, but it just needs to flow a little bit better. So what does that look like? And so we just sought from some consultants of bring us up to speed and let's see how we can do this. If this is our main goal of getting this, what does it look like, especially with the sidewalk being extended all the way to the front? Where do we go from here? So, right. So we took the overall analysis. The constraints are going to be in red that you see. So it's everything from the topography, the flood zones. We have in orange things that we know that are wanting to stay. So we know that the soccer fields and we want to have that playground space up at the front. We know that there's a existing path. We want to enhance that and whatever it looks like, and a neighborhood connection that's on the end of Cotton Street. And what opportunities do we have going from there? So we came up with two design concepts, which is what we're here today of what we're really looking at. One is more minimalist design, and two is more of an optimal design. Your minimalist design is really focusing on things that ultimately we can do for the most part in-house, right? And then your optimal design is, okay, if you're wanting to really have that ADA accessible sidewalks and more of a full connectivity on that level, that is going to be your more optimal design. If you're looking for, hey, there are just a couple of washed out areas along the trail and it's in its existence right now, let's just keep it the way it is and just build that up a little bit. That's something that we can do in-house. And what does each plan bring to the table? And how do we get there? Are there certain studies that need to be done? What studies and what do those costs look like? And we will find out more costs once we decide which plan we want to pursue. So keep that in mind as well. This is something that we will have a little bit more of an understanding once we decide which direction we're going to go to. So as you see too, the optimal designs versus minimal designs. Optimal is not only a little bit more polished, but there's also different overlook places. Both of them have water access. One maybe for your minimalist option is still more of your just entry, natural entry for the lake. Whereas your optimal entry is maybe having the ADA access, more formalized entry if you're putting in canoe access. One thing I will say, because this has been a hot topic too, is when are we getting more fish for that pond? And I will say this will be further in the study. That is a little bit more complex because there's something that's in that particular lake that's called parrot's feather. And it is a weed that sucks the oxygen out of the water that prohibits fish from being able to breathe and life to be able to be in there. And that is actually coming from Robeson Creek. So that's dumping into Town Lake. So whereas this is not, without a lot of maintenance and consistent maintenance every single year to be able to keep the parrot's feather at bay, to be able to stock the pond, that is not going to be your ideal place to go fishing per se. However, the pond at the Robeson Creek site is a freshwater pond, is great, and that is a perfect site for stocking. So whereas we won't have that one, and for that one, that's more of a fishing and not as much as a hard kayaking, canoeing type thing. So there's a little bit of a balance there. All right, so phasing options, further away from the line is the more expensive that you're going to be, essentially. Going through some of these in the minimalist design, again, these are things that are going to be more in-house. You're going to keep the trails very natural. You're going to take a minimalist approach. This is optimal, more polished. You have more parking than you have on the first minimal. And break it down in different sections, right? So for this first leg of it, this is, you're going to have your nice fence, whether that's going to be as nice as you'll see in a minute. And maybe some trailheads, maybe some seating. This is something what that looks like for more of a minimalist design. For the optimal design, you would have, instead of the natural trails, you would have more of the boardwalks, and you would get in and you would have asphalt places and more, and it's going to be more costly and maybe overlook places, and then having the natural trails in the middle of that section is maybe even a play spot. More formalized trailhead at the connection down by in front of Pittsboro Elementary School. So the second phase of that, which you can see on the map, is the other side. And you're looking at minimalist design for this area is going to be, you know, a little bit more relaxed, having your nice trail, not as much parking because it's not going to be as active, a little bit of overlook. Right? Very, very passive areas. And then your optimal is just being enhanced, more parking, more bathrooms that are going to be there, maybe a larger playground in the areas, everything that is going to be paved. More of a higher, I guess, ADA accessible access, water access versus your minimalist approach, which is just a defined access point, similar to what you see now. All right, so, and this is the back leg. So again, if you're wanting to connect it, there are going to be a couple of different places that you would have to have boardwalks, but for the most part, we would still be able to do this, most of this work in-house. And for the optimal design, this is really just enhancing, adding more art structures or art sculptures around the side, having more formal overlooks, fences, maybe even an additional parking lot on the other side. All right, so the bridges, not to confuse you, the bridges are a completely separate ballgame. And they're not, it's not a, if you choose option one, you could get a bridge, or if you choose option two, you get bridges. Those are completely separate because no matter what, if you're looking at bridges, it's all around the same process, right? You're going to have to get a delineation study, and that costs that has a time limit of 5 years. If so, You don't want to get something like that until you're ready to construct something like that. So what we did was we said, and this is not saying, hey, where are all 3 bridges? This is not saying that we want to build 3 bridges on this site. That's not what this is saying. This is saying, where are some options? Your 3X is where the existing bridge was that was washed out. And that is going to be your best for connectivity. If you were looking for other options that you weren't necessarily tied for that 3X, or maybe down the road, who knows? Maybe we just have a lot of money, Heather, and we just bridges in just for even more connectivity. You want to have more. Then we can look at, 3Z, which could be a little hidden bridge to connect people, or at 3Y, something that's front and center that you can connect right there as a little smaller loop type thing, right? All of these, to make that happen, you're going to have to do the same thing. You're always going to have to do the delineation study, the floodway study, the H&H analysis, all of those things. It doesn't matter for which bridge that you do. So those are some of the things just to keep in mind. And that's why the bridges are a totally separate thing.
For just a moment, just to confirm, 3Z on the north side, do I recall that that's where that very significant rise, topographical rise, there's a very tall mound? Is that at that location?
I believe so, right there, across there.
Where the 2 levels are.
Yeah.
It's just to the right of where the 2 levels are. Because where the spillway is, that's a pretty narrow crossing. But if you go further down, I think it's like topo wise from one side of the pond to the other, it's fairly flat. So then you could span that.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
a little bit more easily.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And then these are just your different options, whether you want to have your just standard swinging bridge all the way up to one of your more fancy artistic bridges. There are options. Again, when Heather releases the bukus of money we have, right? So ultimately, here's what I want us to consider and really think about is that this may seem, especially when you're looking at master plans and keeping an eye on master plans, this is not saying, hey, we have to do everything, right? That's not what a master plan is. A master plan is saying, hey, here are your opportunities. Here's what you can do. So, for example, for optimal design number 2, it shows so many different outlooks. That's not saying this master plan, ultimately, you have to do all of those outlooks. That's not what it is. It's just saying that, hey, here are some options. And maybe down the road in phases, you can do those. This could say, hey, we may want to keep one side natural and one side paved since this is going to be very close to the center of town and a great connectivity spot. We may say that one side, we want to at least have one side as paved for people with mobilities or people that are doing bicycles or things like that for that connection point. This design is, you've paid for the study. You might as well get the costs from all options, because right now, if you're doing it, you can probably say, hey, 2A from the connection that's going in front of the elementary school might be the best option at this point. But by the time that you're constructing it or have the funds to be able to go and do that, who knows? The 2C area might be a better option. At least you would have a better idea by pursuing and at least gathering some of those costs of what you would be facing. So just some things to think about in that aspect of it. We often get caught up in a lot of numbers, and that's not necessarily for me. Whenever I'm looking at these, sometimes it's like, oh, okay, what are our options? And what is this? Gives us a better idea of where we can go and when we can go in the future, depending on what's going on. and where we're at as a town.
I like the thought of mixing the two.
Yeah.
Yeah. Phasing.
Have you considered a complete loop for joggers? So what I see right there, if I'm following the trails around the lake, there's no way to go in a complete circle, or is there?
Not right now.
Right now. Okay.
It's like a bridge.
The lack of bridge probably at the entrance. But then you have gosh, that's probably a 2.5 mile run, right?
Yeah, and even on the back trail, there's some like mountain biking trail, but even on the backside, right now, it's not fully connected.
Is that the trail that comes out behind Pittsboro Elementary School?
No,
It open.
that is,
Okay.
yes, that is open, but closest to the bridge side, that is at the end of 2A up on that top side.
Okay.
So you mentioned the reason we can't stock the pond is that was a big concern of people. Well, the other big concern are the stakes in there. Could you just speak to why we cannot remove the stakes? Because I hear that all the time.
Yeah, so that's a great question. That was a study that was done several years ago, I think with NC State University. That's something that's going to be discussed more when we get this final study. From my understanding, those were the stakes, and the tarp that was placed in there was put for some ecological study or whatnot. We don't have the resources to get that out right now, and we don't know what impact that is. So until we have further understanding of what that looks like, I don't necessarily want to disturb that without understanding really what the full scope of what that impact would be. And so that in the study is along with the ponds restoration, dredging it and things like that will also be in the study too. And the official master plan study to see how, hey, what does it look like to get this done, fully done, and remove that.
Was that put there when the lake was drained a few years ago, or the pond?
That's been there ever since I've been here, at least.
That study was done by NC State, and I was probably maybe a year and they came in and did this study at no charge, and they pretty much ruined the lake, to be honest with you, because it was full and the water kept fluctuating, and fishing got bad. Several other issues started too, but I don't think the lake's been full in years.
Mhm.
You remember who was town manager at that time?
Oh, gosh. Mr. Terry, maybe?
Terry? Just trying to,
Yeah.
the chronology. Estimate of when it was.
So our goal here is to provide some guidance to you. I see. In what structured way do you need guidance?
We're leaning more towards the optimal design or the minimalist design?
Well, obviously the optimal, but we have no price.
Exactly. That's what this study would give us.
So right now you have some hydrology issues for bridges for $100,000 per bridge, right? What about, do you have any ballparks for the minimalist versus optimal? And can we do hybrid? Where are we getting the money for this? There's a lot for us to.
Yeah, so that's part of the reason why we do the master plan as well, and why we have one of these options, because a lot of the grants that we would be applying for, the more specific of the plan,
Okay.
the better the points that we get on the grants, right? So if we have a clear outline of where we are going to go in, say, a master plan, the more points, the better we are when we apply to receive those grants. I can tell you for bridges, the swinging bridge that was just on here, that one, all the way to the left was about $700,000. Now that was probably a third longer, only construction. Mhm.
You're anywhere from 1,200 to 2,000 a linear foot for a
Right.
bridge. Okay.
Well, is the plan to rely on grants for this? Exclusively on grants?
We have other funding options.
The Duke Energy Bridge.
Yeah, there you go.
Sponsorships, things like that.
Mhm.
But I think broadly, it's more of what is the vision of Town Lake Park? What would you like the vision of Town Lake Park to be? And then once we know that, then we can go to work to figure out how to make that happen.
Okay.
I'm curious too, if we can do the design for the optimal design and then kind of scale back to the others as grants come in. You know, if we get a grant for this section, that's great. But at least we would know, like, ideally, this would be what we want and it's gonna cost this much. In the meantime, we might have our crews go out there and clean up the trail.
Be our intent in general.
Yep.
Of still doing updates as we can with what we have internally right now. With the grants and things, again, just like many things that we do, it's going to be a very phased approach. But understanding too, while we have the opportunity for this study to have all options on the table to see what everything costs, I think is something to consider.
From attending the special meeting, it seemed like Para was advising that this should stay a natural. I think they used the word historic park, minimalist, less is more. But I know from other meetings that I've attended and talking to people, and basically the town's goal seems to be for everything to be connected. So connectivity is so important. I think it's also really important that we make sure that all of our parks have a good level of accessibility for everybody. So I liked your idea of possibly even doing a hybrid, like this section is all ADA and picking the best area for that. But I do think I like what you were mentioning, like, let's go for the whole study. Let's start doing what we can in-house, but I do think our focus, I think we need to define it. Our focus should be making sure that the park is available to be used by everybody and be connected.
At least portions of,
Or, yeah, at least portions, it doesn't necessarily with the whole thing, but
yeah, 'cause the whole thing would be
yeah, that would,
apparently extraordinarily expensive.
Yeah.
But
And there are people who like natural trails.
that's why I like what you
right,
said
so
about. the
minimalist
part of
approach
it.
for part of the park.
Mhm.
So, I would really love it if we could get, the present issues addressed, those things that are just, really needing attention immediately, and in a naturalistic way, while also continuing to have, goals or vision towards the more maximalist optimal scenarios. I think, there's some signs down. There's some things that need to be removed from the park. I'm hoping those things are things that we can do in-house. And maybe in a couple of areas, put down some more Chapel Hill grid or something just to eliminate very clear stumble hazards. And then, once we've gotten to that point, let's go for a big, bold vision, but let's also make sure that we get it workable and usable now, because there's people who have the perception that the park is closed. And with one of the entrances having barricades up, it looks like that. So, yeah.
There is a portion of the park that's closed. Because of the storm damage.
Well, the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bridge is clearly, and we might, That'll be nicer too, to get some carpentry work instead of just, something that's, I don't know, I think there's more that we can do to get it to a point where it's usable and, pleasant, while we also strive for a more ambitious design. But, my concern with aiming for the big maximalist optimal design is we just don't have the money. And so do we really want to invest in dreaming up or studying those higher priced features at this moment in time? Or do we want to wait 3 years, 5 years, when revenues might be higher?
Well, this, doing the study and getting the numbers, so choosing option, the optimal design, will then trigger Pond, our consultant, to get us the pricing on all of those items and present that in the final study document. So then that's what we will, like Katie was saying.
That's how we fund
That's
it.
how we would then provide that when we are submitting for grants. So at least it provides an option, and then it provides an option to best maybe optimize and meet those goals by being able to apply for multiple grants, because there might be specific grants for, say, a bathroom, specific grants for something else.
Handicap access.
Yeah, and then we can, and then we'll see how, and then each of those items would be brought to the board in the right direction on how we're.
And you all allocated 300-ish thousand last year, some point. So we could always take that money that's literally sitting there for Town Lake and kind of do what you mentioned. Clean stuff up, make some in-house internally while we figure out the bigger picture.
And at that point too, you can start selling it. The idea of it, you can push for corporate donations. There's a lot of things you can do. If we have an optimal design that is innovative and sexy, we could elicit help.
Yeah.
So that's.
Unless you were planning to use that money for a match on something.
It's not accounted for right now. It's not accounted for, it's not allocated. I don't have specific plans for it right now.
I
So
didn't know if you were thinking maybe use that for a match on something once you get the study done.
So a lot of, we'll unpack that.
You know, looking at the area this Town Lake Park is in, it's kind of a place where there's not a lot of stuff in Pittsboro there. It kind of balances the park on east, behind the plant. There's a balance there. It'd be really cool to be able to walk from here across Robeson Creek, go down Robeson Creek to the plant.
Yeah, yes.
On Diane Street or something. So I think it's a great spot. I think it'll balance well. And I can also envision families spending the whole day there if it's pleasant enough. There's trees, there's lots to do.
So the bridge really is critical.
Of course.
And restoring that, it is a very significant undertaking.
So I'd like to make a motion to proceed with option 1, while also considering option 2.
Second.
How does that work?
Elaborate.
No, because I feel like we're right in the middle, like we're both saying we're in the middle. So what do we say, 1.5?
We can always scale back.
Yeah. Go up and then.
I think that's what Heather was saying.
Right, so I was saying, if you choose option 2, optimal design, you're at least getting pricing on everything. You don't have to implement everything.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to proceed with option 2.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Foley. Any other discussion?
One question is, what's the condition with the dam? Well,
Fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Based on what they were saying, they had engineers that were out there that they said that it was fine.
okay.
The leak fix is holding.
And I know it hadn't had any rain, but, are we below normal levels?
Yeah.
We're at normal level.
Yeah, I mean, previously from when the dam, because around this time, it would have been
Right,
empty
okay, good.
The leak.
because of.
Good.
Okay.
Include in the motion the part about going ahead and fixing what we can in-house.
Friendly amendment.
I guess separate.
I think we're just choosing this design or that design right now. Is that what the question is? And I like Heather's idea. Let's go to the big one and then we can pare back. I think that would help.
Okay. Motion second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Chatham Park South Village, section 22 or 23, E2 Parkland relocation. Okay.
Good start tonight.
Hey. So this is something that was brought back to Harrop, which is now being brought back to the Board of Commissioners. We had 3 separate options for this. This is the E2 location, and this was an additional map that was provided. This one is for the South Village overall, whenever you're looking at your 5-minute walk or your half-mile walk from your closest park. Originally, in a lot of the maps that they were showing, it was the center point of the park. This is the 5-minute walk from each point of the park. So all of this area in the green, only the lighter parts, the lighter shades are the spaces that are not within your quote unquote 5-minute, meets your 5-minute walk area. I know that was a concern last time. So these are your overall what's being discussed. This is what's on the table. E1 is the existing approved one. That's not the one that we're discussing, but just this is your next closest one. E2, which is your original in the, looks like a lime green up there. That's where it is originally. It is with the fire station right there. So I want to make sure that that's on your radar as well. And you have the 3 different proposed locations for it. That light purple being option 3, that I would say like a Kelly green, I guess, would be option 2. And then the blue up top would be the option 1 for relocation.
Can you refresh my memory about why we're provided these once again? We had.
So this is more from a transparency perspective. I know that we have a lot of these questions or we have a lot of these conversations, and, you know, just again, you have your master plans, they are subject to change. And based on, you know, some of the developments and things like that, this area could change. So what they're proposing is this E2 needs to be relocated, that property, right? So we're looking at 3 different options.
Before you go any further, E2 needs to be relocated. I forget what it was. Was it topography? Access? What was it?
Why?
I don't remember.
So that is relocated for, I believe, development purposes.
Okay.
It didn't fit in the development plan where it currently is.
Okay.
Katie and I both feel we are quite happy to have it moved. This was one of our least favorite park locations in the South Village.
Why?
Topo,
Okay.
a lot of slope in it.
And you'll see
Which one was that, Jonathan? I'm sorry.
Exists.
the original location. So, and I'll show it to you right here. So this is E1, right? So this is not what we're voting on right now. This is E1. This is already established, right? In the plan that was approved in the South Village Small Area Plan. This was the original location, right? So it's not terrible. It just says access is out there a little bit. This was relocation option 1. And as you can see, it's all the way up at the top in the grand scheme of things. So
Blue one, blue.
yes, this is the blue. Mm-hmm. Topo is not great on this one, and the access is very limited. So, and per para, this is not one that we're considering. Now, this is option 2, right? Topo's okay.
The stream crossing though, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is the meaning of the colors?
So the meaning of the colors is slope. If you look at the bottom right.
You see that key,
Green is 5%. Yellow is 10%. And that's the maximum. Orange is 20 and red is maximum of 100.
okay.
Minimum is 0, 5, 10, and 12.
So red is the very steepest parts.
Yes.
And the green and yellow are the flatter, more buildable parts.
Yes, sir.
Did I get that right?
Yep.
Thank you.
And then this would be option 3. And again, this to the left, that little green spot, whenever you're looking at this, is the existing approved E1.
Well, that one's got a nice access to the road. And it drops off to the west, obviously, but the majority of it is pretty doggone flat. Is there a stream crossing there? There's not, is there?
There's that stream crossing right there to the left. In that little red, there is.
Far
Yes.
west?
Yeah, far west.
Okay.
However, there will be a multi-use path going all the way down that front.
Along Charlie Brooks
The
Road.
town can maintain that without an issue.
I mean, it's going to be an installed multi-use path that they are going to be constructing.
The town will maintain it because DOT will not.
Yeah.
But we will have to maintain it.
So each of these have a fire station location as well, right? Which is to be determined where on the parcel once we accept the location.
Yes.
Okay.
Would,
For this site, didn't you have?
Yeah, for this particular site, we'd want to put it in the corner of Charlie Brooks. And I keep forgetting, King's Chapel.
Chapel.
So that way they could have 2 points of access.
yeah.
Okay, one question. Where do we know that Charlie Brooks Extension Road, where is it coming out at on Hanks Chapel Road? We don't know, right?
Sir?
Right there.
Right there? Yeah. Or do you mean in the other direction?
The other direction. I mean, where's it coming, where is Charlie Brooks Road Extension coming out on Hanks Chapel Road?
Oh, you can't zoom out, can you?
I can go back here.
There you go.
I can't read that, man. I can't read mine here either.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see if we can find it.
Can you pull it up on that?
I guess I could. No.
You know where Clark Poe Road is? And it kind of goes into a dirt road that then leads to the lake.
I can do
That's,
this.
that's getting out of our, fire district.
It is right at this southern end of our fire district. So this would be the furthest southern, southeast station that we would have before you get into, I'm blanking on the.
Not sure if our, the study we did had a station that far.
Did. And this location is just south of that octagon where it showed. It's just, and it actually may be in like one of the tips of it, but it's really close.
Do the fire department and the park have to be on the same spot?
They don't have to be.
Okay. Is option 2 the piece that is closest to the Army Corps land?
Yes. However, upon looking, upon asking several different departments and people that have worked that is not necessarily a partnership that we could pursue to be able to have access. That was one of Parib's questions of, hey, well, since it's so close to Jordan Lake, can we not have direct access to Jordan Lake through Army Corps of Engineering? And that's just not, from my understanding, that's not something that would be on the table.
But we can get access to the 30 acres off of Hanks Chapel Road.
For option 2?
Yeah, for option 2. Correct. So, I was really intrigued that Parib's recommendation was unanimous that they favored option 2 and option 3, and staff are recommending only option 3. So help me understand that.
So Parib said that they wanted to put it on the Board of Commissioners. So they said that we don't really have one way or the other.
So, okay.
So for me is that if it's staff's recommendation, my recommendation was for option 3, because then you have one large regional park. That is a lot of land all in one. And that is fantastic topography. And you have 2 front best roads.
We can't accept, the wording in the memo is confusing me. Are we not being offered 58.7 acres? So we are not being offered option 2 and option 3.
No, it's
one or the other.
Option 3,
Okay,
yes.
all right.
Rather, but Para's recommendation was both of them rather than 4.
No,
They liked either one.
they like either one. They were not committing to either one.
I think the quote was, let the Board of Commissioners pick.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I wasn't able to get through to very many of them for further questions, but the little bit that I did learn was intriguing about the idea of a park program for this region that would be, I guess in park parlance, passive. And hiking trails, and et cetera, on option 2 is really intriguing. So,
Well, just to clarify, the actual, what we end up doing with the land, I mean, that will come out at a later in terms of community outreach and all of, doing the master plan for the area. So it might not end up being a passive park. It might end up being something else. So that I wouldn't choose the location just based on it being a passive park.
How far is that from Tiger Rescue? I'm curious. A mile, maybe?
And
Be more than that, because it'd be more bald eagle and all down to that development there.
Yeah, I was about to say, Shorty, did you correct me? Yeah, it's right above the Bald Eagle subdivision, not the other one I said, not my bad.
I'm thinking about families visiting the park and the Tiger Rescue kind of thing. day trip in it.
And option 3 would create a 63-acre park in that area, correct?
Love the topo on this one. How much acreage would be a fire department in the northeast corner there? How many acres to?
3
Now, they will assign 3 acres to that fire station per their element. But that doesn't mean we have to use all 3. But I think we reserve it for the fire station or the fire department until we design the station to go there, which that's going to be a while.
But I think that's important, like that 3 acres is satisfying the requirement, but if it ends up being 2.5 or 3.1 or whatever, that's up to us later. It's just satisfying that requirement.
You could do some type of joint stormwater there with parking for the park and bathrooms and then the fire station next to it. Develop it all kind of different ways.
Have we got any input from the fire chief? And what was his thumbs up?
Yes, sir. Dual road frontage is good.
Yeah.
That's one of the keys in the element itself. Is that you kind of want to be at a corner. Yeah. But we both laughed knowing that neither Daryl or I will probably see the construction of this fire station. The other point that I would add is if you look at the zoomed in one that has the blue kind of circles.
Red circle.
The blue right here. What is that? That's the
Blue line. Okay.
I'm sorry.
the blue, what is that again? The
Watershed.
watershed. So option 2 is it come 100% in the watershed. And so that's going to limit some of the things that you can do.
Yeah, okay.
But if it's passive, then
Yeah, that's where.
it wouldn't
that's
matter
where I
anyway.
think passive. I mean, if it's against game lands and Army Corps land, I think it wants to be passive. So,
Yeah, certainly.
Any other questions or comments?
I'll just say I'm still a little confused.
About the location or the number of
Yes,
choices?
yes, and yes. Answer all the questions.
You know where Bald Eagle is subdivision?
Yeah.
So one is, hold on, not one. Let
Let
me say the exact. Option 3 is just north of the Bald Eagle subdivision. And then option 2 is going to be to the east, on the east side of Gum Springs, across the street from Bald Eagle, which is at the very southern end of the fire district.
Yeah, what do you have on the screen now? This is 3, right?
This is option.
This is 3.
This is
And
option
a little bit of 2.
3.
But this one.
2 is blue there.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's 3.
I think the major differentiators, option 3 has dual road frontage
Right.
and would create a larger regional park. And then option 2 is in a watershed and would back up to game lands.
And state
And real too, like.
With the game lands, do we have restrictions like what we could do next to the game land?
Not sure. What we were directed was from staff, from Parib's perspective was, hey, is there any partnership to or be able to access the Jordan Lake right there? Because that was one of the considerations of it would be nice to be able to do that. From what I understood, that was not well received or would be a possibility.
I think with the game lands, the hunting would be the primary use there.
Yeah.
So that would
Correct.
restrict other uses around it.
During those seasons.
Right, but that's park number, that's choice two, option two. That's a no brainer.
Yeah, but I think there's other activities allowed when it's not being hunted.
This is true right here, right, two.
Yeah, that's two.
Mine's going blank, I'm sorry.
That's two, put down number two.
I got it
This
right.
is section two.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then this, so this is just an original one. This is always going to be there. This would be option three. So it would connect right there.
And that's
so
why,
this is going to connect to
Yeah,
here.
so this, yeah, it's really hard to see it from the overlay perspective, but this would be a direct connection right there.
it's a no brainer.
Okay, and that total, that makes
That would
that
be
acreage.
62 total.
Both.
Yep,
Oh, okay.
yep, that would total to 62.
Okay. And this is where we were talking about
Mhm.
the fire
Yep.
station. Okay.
Yep, and then this is the option two,
There's a north-south.
that backs up
Next
to the
to the
Army
game
Corps and the game.
Mhm.
Over
The
here.
line here.
Yeah, little kids will get shot.
Looks,
So this,
it looks like.
Option three.
oh,
Mhm.
that's three.
This is option three, right
Oh,
here.
this whole area.
Yeah, so this is this is a different
I
one,
got
but
you.
it would just
Right.
connect. This is always going to stay here.
Okay.
Yeah, so this isn't what we're voting on. This is just saying that this was approved in the South Village Small Area Plan.
It's not a
This
direct
is the other option for the relocation of this, and that total would.
You know, if there's a south dirt road on
Yes.
option two.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Something there.
Yeah, it looks like I'm looking at a LiDAR map.
It's more like a stream, I think.
Yeah, the grayscale. But it follows perfectly that property line.
Just curious.
That comes to the 62.
And that's where, that's where
Here.
the fire station is, and Chapel and Charlotte.
Well, I had wrote down there earlier.
Yeah.
But
It's an old road.
it doesn't. How do they know that's exactly where that's coming out? They
Already is on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
little private conversation. Not private, but,
Not a motion.
Do we have a motion?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the relocation of Parkland and Fire Station identified as section 2.2 or 2.3 to option 3 as presented, with the understanding that approval is for the property in its current condition and that the site will remain in its natural state without disturbance or improvements.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Hunziker. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Up next.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Chatham Park, section 6.3 Village Park Land Dedication.
Katie night.
Right. Okay, so this is section 6.3 Village Park. This is the property that is just location based next to the new YMCA. Want to go over the elements. This is something that is going to be put up for Parkland as donated to the town. So per the elements is the requirements for land dedication, parkland dedication is unity, meaning it has to be a single parcel. The usability, 65% usability. The shape, so it has to be a square or round or be able to support
active and passive, predominantly active facilities, access, public street frontage. The infrastructure has to have sidewalks to the park, public water and sewer. So this is currently where it is right now. And, or this is the land that is up for discussion. And this is also one of the improvement sites for the North Village. And so what has been one of the $3 million sites that we would be receiving. This is what we would be receiving, is this right here. So we would be receiving graded property to this. This is a closer up, with the exception of these little cutouts would be the stormwater pond, and the pump station would be excluded from the acceptance. There is a walking trail that will be built around the outside of it. We're gonna just go ahead and open it up for questions.
Well, I walked this 5 times, and the only real concern that I have is that little jet out there. I guess it's like the middle section there on the left side of the field. The drop is very, very significant, and I'd like to see that fenced. That was the big safety issue that I saw. And we are going to have it well seated. Okay.
And the soil will be stabilized.
To receiving it, it will have grass is one of our stipulations.
I don't think so. No, it's over here.
So just so I want to be clear, we're being asked tonight to accept the location, not to accept the land in a manner that allows Chatham Park to accrue this in their ledger. Is that right?
No, we are accepting the land as it, but not, we are accepting the location as the parkland to be able for them to count it. We are not officially accepting the land until everything is satisfied to what we have agreed upon, to mean that the grass is all in and it is fully accepted.
So that's the part that confuses me. So we're being asked to accept it contingent only upon staff approval. It's not coming back to the board for another vote.
Correct.
Well, I'm not prepared to vote on that. I'm prepared to accept the location, but not the formal acceptance of the land. I think we talked about warranty. I think that's a much more complicated question. I have very significant concerns about access and equity of access of the facilities. I understand those details are being worked out.
But those details would be worked out for any park. Right, later on.
Of course.
Yeah.
But at one point, there was an assertion that there would be access from a private park or a private soccer organization.
Yeah, there was some prior discussions with a private soccer program provider. But those negotiations did not work out.
So they're no longer involved?
No, sir.
And any future discussions with any provider, that would come back to the board as a separate agreement, similar to the Chatham Baseball League that was on East Chatham, that was on the agenda. So that would be a separate thing that would be brought back.
Very helpful.
And Chatham Park did agree today to do a 1-year warranty on the park, similar how we do roads and sidewalks and other infrastructure. or until the town started construction, whichever was sooner. Because we shouldn't expect them to hold a warranty over a piece of property that we're out there doing construction on.
When are we going to have money to do construction?
I would like to start construction this time next year.
Is that in the capital?
Really like
plan?
April. So the other piece of this is, there's some fee and lieu. Did you cover this? Sorry, I went to the restroom.
No.
Do you want to? Or do you want me to do
Go
it?
ahead.
Okay. So there is some fee and lieu coming from, the Womble track. I think it's 1.4 million roughly. There's also $500,000 that, per the element, needs to be spent for the Malott parcel. Not a whole lot you can do with $500,000 in terms of building a park. So what we've been talking about with Chatham Park is to move that $500,000 to this park. So that'd get us to 1.9. And then we are discussing or having some discussions with a soccer program provider to the tune of a nice number that'd get us close to 3 million to finish the build out of this.
What kind of revenue would the town get from that?
From the
Rental of the park, or?
That depends on what you set as your rate.
We would be getting rental income then.
Yes.
Yep. Now, the third party provider, similar to East Chatham Baseball, but this would be for soccer, they would essentially be prepaying field time. And in that agreement, we would set, or you all would set what that field rental is. And then the benefit to them is, or the benefit to us is we're getting the money now to build out the park. The benefit for them is they're locking in their field rental rate with some type of CPI index.
And as a nonprofit, that is their objective, is to try and do this as thriftily as
Inexpensively as possible.
Yeah. And we're interested in a low cost option to speak to the equity piece of making sure that folks can afford to play soccer.
What kind of facilities will we have there?
Go ahead. This is your area.
So ideally from a upfront, it's going to be more expensive. From a long-term range, it's going to be more cost effective. Is artificial turf. From a maintenance perspective, and from a staffing.
And the nonprofit's agreeable to an artificial turf? Is that relatively?
Well, my understanding is they prefer it because their expectation is that this is going to be really heavily used. And what I'm understanding is that there's a very significant shortage of fields and more demand than there is available playing opportunity.
So are we talking tournaments on the weekends and stuff like that?
I would hope so. Because
It's an economic driver.
Right.
Not just rental of field, but also restaurants, hotels, et cetera.
People purchasing gas, et cetera. Yeah. Because originally this was like a multi-use kind of park and kind of transitioned to the soccer because you need 4 fields to have an effective tournament facility.
Okay, that makes sense.
I think our hope would be is 2 turf fields lit, 2 grass fields likely not lit. That way it would limit play so the grass would have time recover. Parking, probably looking at some type of gravel approach initially. Bathrooms, we'd like to do 6 unisex bathrooms, and then some type of separate multi-purpose structure that can be used as a pavilion. And then also you could play sports underneath it because it'd be shaded.
Yeah, because especially when you're at a facility like this, with 0 shade, you got to have some type of shade. And also we've been hearing a lot of people in that surrounding area too saying, hey, we'd like more courts for your teens and for your young adults or for adults in general and not just some of the younger kids as well.
So are we deciding on the turf tonight as well as just, okay? Because I just want to confirm that we've had conversations where it was going to be 2 fields where it would be natural surface. Okay.
I think, to clarify, this is the park location, park dedication this evening. Any of the other stuff deals with soccer teams or archery leagues or field services, all that stuff would come back to us.
You'd have to approve the expense of those monies. I think we're all on the same page from a staff level that we want to get going on it.
I just want to thank Chatham Park for donating the land. I think it's going to be an economic driver for Pittsboro. You can see it off the highway. I'm assuming, right? At least the lights you'll see off the highway. So it's a. Yeah, maybe. Okay. That's an iffy.
The new lighting is pretty remarkable in terms of it's pretty contained.
Okay, all right. So strike that last observation. But anyway, I do want to thank you, Chatham Park, for donating this land. Has to be said.
We just revisit the warranty again. So that's 1 year from when we accept it or 1 year when we start construction, whichever comes first. So the clock would start ticking now.
The warranty would start once the town took ownership of the land. And then it would continue until we started construction.
Right.
Or 1 year, whichever is there.
Well, I thought that that's what's on the agenda tonight is to take ownership of the land.
It is just to say that this is going to be the park. And then we wouldn't take physics.
I'm so confused. That's what I was trying to say. This is the
Yes.
location.
You said was correct.
This is not the acceptance of ownership.
You were given thumbs up that this is an acceptable park location. Then staff will monitor the progress over the next couple of months with the establishment of grass and all of those different things to make sure that the park is up to standard before we come to you all and say, all right, it's ready for acceptance. For the town to own it.
How long does it take to grow AstroTurf? I'm curious.
Well, we want to get a good standard of grass and erosion control. So you don't want to take a bunch of red dirt that doesn't have something holding it together. I don't know. I'll check on that and I'll get that.
So we can revisit the warranty question.
Yes.
We're not voting on the warranty tonight.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve, where are we? Village Park Section 6.3 as presented, as dedicated parkland with final acceptance being contingent upon staff approval of all upgrades and enhancements to the site.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Hunziker.
Discussion.
Any discussion?
So, yeah, I'm thinking that if we accept this as the location, what leverage do we have at the second phase of acceptance? We accept this as a location, we are forcing ourselves to take ownership in the future.
No, you're not.
But what does acceptance of location do?
It's the process moving.
Does it activate their ability to take credit for this as public parkland?
That, I don't know the answer to that. I don't think
Mr. Messick.
so. I think the town would have to own the property for it to count. Is that right? Chuck, is that the way you say it?
Yeah, there's a formal dedication process where we give, you've been through it.
Okay, thank you.
But you're correct.
But from a staff standpoint, we want to be able to make sure that it's in the right shape and
Sure.
there's a couple different things that we have concerns over, so we want to make sure those are taken care of.
Right.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Up next, we have a closed session. So I'll take a motion to enter into closed session pursuant to N.C.G.S. 143-318-11A3 to consult with the town attorney to give instructions concerning judicial action of 7 directions of service, Chatham Climate Action Network and Haw River Assembly versus the town of Pittsboro, and A6 to discuss personnel. Thank you, Commissioner Foley. Second,
Second.
Commissioner Thurber. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
All we're doing is.
Yeah. All right, we're back in open session. And I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonitz. Second,
Second.
Mr. Thurber, all those in favor, say aye.